I've been trying to make my everyday style feel a bit more effortless lately. Just focus without overcomplicating and comfortable. Share every day and 300
event of the summer. Chance to win.
There was dramatic news this week about one of the most high-profile murder cases in years. On Wednesday, the South Carolina Supreme Court overturned the 2023 convictions and consecutive life sentences of Alec Murdaugh for the murders of his wife Maggie and son Paul in 2021. Now, Murdaugh, who had been a prominent and wealthy attorney in the state, will be granted a new trial after the court found that his original trial was marred by the, quote, improper influence of Colton County Clerk Rebecca Hill. Hill actually read out the jury's verdict in that original trial.
Guilty verdict, signed by the forelady, 3-2-23.
The state Supreme Court's unanimous ruling this week found that Rebecca Hill, known as Becky, quote, placed her fingers on the scales of justice by attacking Murdaugh's credibility to the jurors. Here's one of those jurors who was asked about Hill at a 2024 hearing.
Was your verdict influenced in any way by the communications of the clerk of court in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And how was it influenced?
To me, it felt like she made it seem like he was already guilty.
But another juror told NBC on Wednesday that she never felt Hill was trying to push an agenda or push her to a certain verdict. Maggie and Paul Murdaugh were shot and killed on the Murdaugh family estate. Murdaugh testified in his own defense and has continued to maintain his innocence. He did plead guilty to financial crimes. Here to discuss the latest developments in the Murdaugh case is University of South Carolina School of Law professor Colin Miller. Colin, thanks for joining us.
Oh, thanks for having me.
So first off, we're going to start off with just how unusual is this to have a conviction overturned because of the behavior of a clerk at the courthouse?
It is exceedingly rare. I'm currently working on a wrongful conviction case out of North Carolina. The jury in that case was hung, and while they were hung, the bailiff for the judge told the jury, the judge in this case doesn't accept a hung jury. And so we're currently appealing. And I looked across the country for cases where comments by a court official led to a conviction being reversed. I only found one case out of Tennessee where the jury was also hung and a bailiff made inappropriate comments to the jury. So this almost never happens across the country.
This is interesting. In response to the ruling, South Carolina's Attorney General said that the clerk's conduct was inappropriate, but it was ultimately harmless. And some of the jurors sort of spoke about whether or not they were influenced. But what's your take on that?
My take is the focus of the Attorney General was the evidence presented at trial, which he was convinced made a compelling case for guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. In my mind, the state Supreme Court correctly focused upon the inappropriate nature of a court official telling the jury, watch his demeanor while he testifies. Don't let the prosecution be defeated by kind of the lies of the defense. And so the whole goal of the American criminal justice system is a jury of someone's peers, impartially deciding the case. And I think the focus by the court on the inappropriate nature of this was absolutely the correct way to go.
Anyone who's interested in true crime knows about this case. Why do you think so many people are interested in the saga of the Murdaughs?
I think there's two parts of it. One, this is something we used to see historically, we don't see as much now, and that is a very powerful big fish family in a small town here in Colleton County in South Carolina. And they ruled the roost for decades in terms of government, private business, et cetera. And so there's that part of it. And then second, there's this whole family dynamic, this kind of Southern Gothic feel, almost out of a William Faulkner novel, where you have all these strange relations and crimes committed by this family, and this question of whether it was a smoke and mirrors attempt by Alec to misdirect from his own crimes to commit these murders. And so all of that, the salacious nature and the power imbalance in this county, I think makes for much-watched TV and must-listen podcasts.
Absolutely. I think if you were to write the tale of them, you would say it was too unbelievable. Just to remind people, he did plead guilty. Alex Murdaugh did plead guilty to financial charges. He was charged. There was an array of charges, defrauding victims to the tune of $12 million. So he pled guilty to these financial charges, and that's why he's actually not going to be released, even though this murder conviction had been overturned. He's currently serving concurrent state and federal sentences of 27 and 40 years for those charges. But Murdaugh has also maintained that he never killed his wife and he never killed his son. What's important to know before we move forward about where things are right now, what's important to know about the original murder trial in 2023?
The state would say the most critical piece of evidence was this. Alec Murdaugh claimed at the time of the murders he was with his mother, who I believe is suffering from dementia. Shortly before the murders, the son, Paul, had done a Snapchat recording, and the prosecution argued to the jury that Alec's voice was on that Snapchat recording at the family compound by the dog kennels where these murders took place. And so for the state, this was the critical piece of evidence showing he lied about his location, and in fact, he was at the scene of the crime shortly before the murders.
Right. And that's the defense argues that that's actually pretty weak. And I don't think they ever found the murder weapon or anything like that. And so the defense does appeal. And what they claim is that the county clerk of court tampered with the jury. What I should ask you is, of course, what does the county clerk do?
Yeah, the county clerk, they're kind of the command center of the courtroom. They are managing what's going on, subpoenas being sent out so witnesses can appear, reading the verdict, which Becky Hill did in this case, managing the juries, doing all of the administrative duties that help the courtroom run.
So in that role, is it conceivable that you would chit-chat with the jury, you would have like some sort of casual conversation, or is that normally not done at all?
Normally not done at all, other than giving them their marching orders, right? So anything administrative, fair game for communications between the clerk and the jurors. Beyond that, anything having to do with the evidence, the testimony, the parties, strictly forbidden.
Let's be honest, traditional banking hasn't really changed in a long time. Fees, limits, and charges just to use your own money. Grow your up to 5 case by case. It only takes a few minutes.
/disclosures. Avoiding your unfinished home projects because you're not sure where to start? Thumbtack knows homes, so you don't have to. Don't know the difference between matte paint finish and satin? Or what that clunking sound from your dryer is? With Thumbtack, you don't have to be a home pro. You just have to hire one. You can hire top-rated pros, see price estimates, and read reviews, all on the app. Download today.
So can we talk a little bit about, though, what the clerk is accused of saying, right? There's like several different instances when Alec Murdaugh is going to testify. She says something like, oh, this is going to be epic, something along those lines.
Yeah.
And she says, I don't know if she says it to all the jurors, but she says, watch his body language.
Mm-hmm.
What could she be inferring, and why could that be problematic?
Yeah, and so in addition to the comments you mentioned, another juror said a comment about, like, don't let the defense fool you. And so I think in combination with the comments on demeanor and behavior, I think at least some jurors interpreted that to mean his body language is going to show the lies across his forehead, and it's going to show the defense is smoke and mirrors, and this is a guilty man trying to prove his innocence to you. And that, according to the defense and the state Supreme Court, likely led to the jury not being impartial and assessing his testimony.
And I think the defense also suggested that Hill, the clerk, had an ulterior motive, right? She was planning on writing a book, which she did.
Absolutely. And so their claim by the defense is she was incentivized to grease the wheels on a guilty verdict because that would allow her to publish this book, which she did, and profit from it. Of course, she denies this, but that was absolutely the allegation by the defense.
Right. So the defense presented their allegations in September of 2023. At first, it looked like it was going to be an uphill battle for the defense. In early 2024, a state judge set a very high bar for evidence that Hill tampered with the jury and then ruled that the defense couldn't prove that anything Hill had done had actually influenced the jury or prejudiced the jury in any way. But then over the course of the next year, a lot came to light about Hill's actions. And this is when we're really learning the details. What did we learn about some of what Hill, not what she said, but something that she did that really caused her, I guess, caused the focus to sort of zoom in on her?
She inappropriately shared photos connected to the crime, disclosed information that was supposed to remain under seal. And to the point you raised earlier, when this first judge heard the case, this was interesting, actually, the former Chief Justice of the South Carolina Supreme Court, Nichole, and it was found that she lied during her testimony before Justice Toll regarding how she had handled the evidence when, in fact, she had improperly leaked this and presented it to the public when it was supposed to remain under seal.
Mm-hmm. She showed a member of the media, I think, right, and then lied about it. So then there's perjury as well. She eventually pleaded guilty to those charges, the charges obstruction of justice and perjury for lying, as well as 2 counts of misconduct in office and taking bonuses and promoting through her public office a book that she wrote on the trial. All of these charges were felonies. She did plead guilty. She apologized for her behavior. We should also tell listeners what happened with this book. Becky Hill apparently said in kind of a casual conversation to somebody in the courthouse that she hopes that there's a guilty verdict because it would be really good for her book sales. So she did write the book. It's called Behind the Doors of Justice, The Murdaugh Murders, but she was hoping to maybe use the proceeds to buy a lake house, she said. Probably not going to happen. Becky Hill's book was pulled from publication after her co-author discovered that she actually plagiarized portions of the text. Have you come across many clerks who've written books about the trials they have worked?
Never. There's been a few judges who have handled high-profile cases who have written about it. I've never heard of a bailiff or a clerk of court doing so.
It's not a good look for the clerk, but it doesn't necessarily prove that she tampered with the jury, right?
Correct.
There was a hearing earlier this year. I want to play some of what they argued. This is Murdaugh's defense attorney. His name is Dick Harpootlian.
So this matter we're discussing this morning, a fair trial, a jury not poisoned by outside influences, I would submit to you is 51 years ago, as I stood there, I did not realize what I was swearing to do, but I do today. And that is to defend Alec Murdaugh's right to a fair trial. And I've got to admit, in the 51 years since then, I've never seen a factual pattern like this, where the clerk of court, sets out to influence the verdict, to get a guilty verdict for financial gain.
So, Colin, I think the last line there, where he says, a clerk of court sets out to influence the verdict to get a guilty verdict for financial gain is kind of like the crux of their argument. She did this for the money. She did this to sell a book. But there needs to be proof that the jury was actually influenced. It's one thing, I think, to have loose talk, but it's another thing for the jury to say that affected the outcome of the case, which I think is a little harder to prove. But then this week, the Supreme Court handed down its unanimous ruling overturning the convictions. What did the Supreme Court find?
Yeah, and this is critical to the point you just raised, which is to say Justice Toll found the defense had not proven the comments by Becky Hill influenced the jury. The state Supreme Court, and they correctly applied Supreme Court precedent, they found if a court official makes inappropriate comments to the jury, our baseline presumption is that improperly influenced the jury and facilitated a guilty verdict. And it is up to the state to rebut that presumption and prove it didn't influence the jury. And so by shifting that presumption pursuant to precedent, I think the state Supreme Court correctly found that presumption was not rebutted. And we have every reason to believe this had influence in the jury.
Tyler Reddick here from 2311 Racing.
And Bubba Wallace.
You know what's the worst part of a race? A rain delay.
Sitting around waiting for the track to dry is dull.
But instead of waiting, we hang out with Chumba Casino.
Social casino slots, bingo, solitaire, plenty of fun to keep us entertained.
So why let a rain delay slow you down? Play now at ChumbaCasino.com.
Let's Chumba.
Sponsored by Chumba Casino. No purchase necessary. VGW Group. Void where prohibited by law. 21 plus. Terms and conditions apply.
Yo, it's Jay Uso from WWE, and I'm Jimmy Uso. Chumba Casino and WWE are hyped for the biggest event of the summer, SummerSlam. I know, I can't wait. There's nothing better to do.
Every week, came to some conclusions about the original judge in the trial and whether or not that judge had allowed a fair trial. Can you tell us more about that ruling?
So what we had here, as you noted earlier, was a litany of financial crimes that Alec Murdaugh committed. He fell behind, accrued debts, and stole money from his clients. And the state's theory was, because he had fallen into debt and committed these crimes, these killings were kind of a Wizard of Oz scenario. Don't look behind the curtain, shifting the attention somewhere else. And at trial, the judge openly allowed very detailed evidence about all these financial crimes to come in. And the theory was, we're not proving that Alec Murdaugh is a bad guy. We're showing the motive for the killings in this case. And the state Supreme Court unanimously said, look, we're reversing based upon the comments by Becky Hill, but for the retrial, at a minimum, you should limit that character evidence. And some of the justices even said it shouldn't come in at all.
Mm-hmm. So then what happens now? We're talking about a retrial all the way back to square one. I suppose if there's evidence, all new evidence can come up, whether
Starting a business can seem like a daunting task, unless you have a partner like Shopify. They have the tools you need to start and grow your business. From designing a website to marketing to selling and beyond, Shopify can help with everything you need. There's a reason millions of companies like Mattel, Heinz, and Allbirds continue to trust and use them. With Shopify on your side, turn your big business idea into... Sign up for your $1 per month trial at shopify.com/special offer.
In the days after his wife's murder, Sandy Preer spoke to detectives several times.
Want some more water? Yes, please.
Leslie's body was found on May 1st, 2001. On May 4th, he met with detectives, and he told them intimate details about his marriage. He described arguments and told them how much Leslie's drinking bothered him. On May 8th, Sandy asked to see detectives again.
Okay, you said you wanted to talk to us about, you left a message on my voicemail earlier today about Brett Reedy.
Sandy said he remembered detectives telling him, if you think of anything, let us know. Well, now he was back, and he was thinking about Leslie's boss, Brett Reedy.
Leslie said that she thinks Brett's a control freak, especially with her.
According to Sandy, Leslie had told him about arguments she said she'd had with Brett. He said she described one in particular, where she said things had gotten heated.
I'm not sure what the incident was, but afterwards, Leslie turned around and said something along the lines of saying, and you're going to do what, Brett?
Sandy wondered to police, why was Brett, who wasn't a close friend of theirs, so interested in coming over to the house the day Leslie didn't turn up for work?
Don't 100% understand that. Why didn't he just let me go to the house?
But the detectives didn't seem all that interested in Sandy's questions about Brett Reedy.
Well, what you described really doesn't
I know, I understand.
It doesn't lead to the level
I know.
of a homicide.
I understand it. It's just that it's
Maybe letting the air out of your tires. That would
exactly,
be about
exactly.
it.
Like I said, I feel kind of astute to talking about this, but she.
Sandy told detectives that Leslie said she felt Brett singled her out at work. If Sandy was trying to shift some of the suspicion off of him, it didn't seem to be working. And just by being there, back in the presence of the detectives, Sandy opened himself up to another round of questions about his marriage.
What's she like when, she starts drinking?
She can be, I hope I'm not shooting myself in the foot on this one, but she can be demanding. I wouldn't say argumentative, but just demanding of my time and where I've been, where you've been.
Here's what detectives weren't telling Sandy Prier. He wasn't just the number one suspect in the case. He was the only suspect. The investigation was leading detectives toward a common true crime trope. The husband did it. That is, until the evidence said otherwise. From ABC Audio and 2020, I'm Stephanie Ramos, and this is Blood and Water. Episode 3, Dead End. There were 3 formal sit-down interviews between Sandy and the detectives. The first was 2 days after Leslie's death, which we talked about in our last episode. The second was the one you've just heard, a few days later. And the third interview came 3 weeks after Leslie's death.
What was traffic like coming out?
Coming out wasn't bad. Going in and going back in, it was pretty backed up.
In this last interview, Sandy wore a white shirt and black tie. It was a little after 5:30 in the afternoon, and he'd come straight from work. In the weeks since that second interview, and as the target on his own back grew bigger and bigger, Sandy kept responding to the investigators' requests, and there were a lot. The detective's notebook from the Prier case is littered with calls to Sandy, visits to his work, and lists of information the police wanted from him. He'd given them everything they'd asked for, but everyone has their limits, and Sandy Prier was about to reach his. Detectives had called him in, this time to ask about some messages on the Prier's answering machine. They wanted Sandy to bring in the tapes.
Have you erased that or any of the stuff that was on there for the past few weeks? Is it still there?
You guys, I don't mean to show any disrespect, but I've been cooperating with you since day one, and I think I've answered enough questions.
Just about the answering machine? I don't understand.
My attorney said not to answer any more questions.
You can hear in the tape, this isn't what detectives expected. Sandy, their number one suspect who has been eager to cooperate for weeks, suddenly mentions a lawyer and declines to say anything. The change in Sandy brought a change in the detectives too. They finally spelled out what had gone unsaid in all their other conversations. We think you killed your wife. They asked Sandy to come clean.
It's a terrible thing. It is a terrible thing, and you have to be able to face it. Lauren needs to know. It's going to hurt her, but she needs to know. She has to put closure on it, man.
I want closure on it.
You're the only one that can give it.
I repeat,
What happens?
no disrespect.
No,
I'm not.
There's no disrespect taken, Sandy.
I'm not answering any questions.
Just be a man and tell us what happened.
I told you exactly what happened.
But you haven't told us the truth.
I have told you exactly what happened.
Here, the investigators ramp up the pressure as if they know this might be their last chance to try to get Sandy Prieur to confess.
You're the only one that has the key to all this. And why won't you help yourself, Sandy? Why won't you just talk to us? Just tell us what happened.
Sandy eventually says he'll answer questions if his lawyer can be present. Okay, the detective said, seizing the opportunity. Call him and ask.
Carmen, I'm still here. And did you say you want the lawyer to come down?
Yes.
They want to know if the lawyer can, if Howard can come down. Am I being detained?
No.
No, I'm not. No. Can the attorney come in at another time?
Sure. Thing is, though, that, like, I mean,
yes.
Sandy, if you want to talk, if you want to tell us what happened, okay, then have your attorney here.
Am I
Let's
free to
do it
go?
now. Yes.
Yes. Well, okay, I didn't know that.
The detectives have no choice but to let Sandy leave.
Yes.
But not before he made one last bid for connection.
Well, you said one time, I hope one day that we'll be able to sit down and have a drink together. And I honestly...
I hope so, but it's not looking good right now.
Sandy walked out the door, taking any hope of a confession with him. Now, all the attention was on the crime scene evidence. Investigators wondered if that would prove that Sandy Prieur killed his wife. But what it proved wasn't what detectives expected at all.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. I don't know if you knew this, but anyone can get the same premium wireless for $15 a month plan that I've been enjoying. It's not just for celebrities, so do like I did and have one of your assistants switch you to Mint Mobile today. I'm told it's super easy to do at mintmobile.com/switch.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
Stitch Fix. Stop shopping, get styled. A+ on the outfit, Miss Turner. You are about to slay parent-teacher conferences.
Oh, these? Just the most perfect fitting jeans my stylist sent me.
Oh, hello, you, who didn't set one foot in a mall and still looks amazing.
Just share your size, style, and budget, and your stylist sends personalized looks right to your door. Stitch Fix. Get started today at stitchfix.com. To my stylist, this look is dedicated to you. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Pedro Pascal, and I can't wait for you to see my new movie, The Mandalorian and Grogu, hitting theaters on May 22nd. See you there.
What are you waiting for?
I like this kid.
This summer, Star Wars is back.
We have to stop the Empire.
On the big screen.
Are you scared? You should be.
Like never before.
Hang on.
In the days,
we here in Montgomery County were blessed.
Meticulously combed through the crime scene, collecting samples of that blood to test for DNA. State's Attorney John McCarthy says his county was uniquely equipped to handle it.
We here in Montgomery County were blessed because when DNA first began, there was only one DNA lab in the United States of America. It was Cellmark, and it was on Goldenrod Lane, and it was in Gaithersburg in the middle of my county.
DNA was first used in criminal cases in the late 1980s, but many people got a crash course on how it actually worked in the mid-1990s.
May 18th, 1995.
Tonight, the state versus O.J. Simpson, the continuing skirmish over DNA.
6 years before Leslie Prier's murder, the lab director of Cellmark was called to the stand in the so-called trial of the century.
Cellmark became very famous because they were the ones who performed the DNA in the infamous O.J. Simpson case.
The DNA evidence is the best evidence the prosecution has to link O.J. Simpson to the murders.
In O.J. Simpson's trial, the Cellmark lab in Maryland was asked by the prosecution to verify the DNA results of the LAPD crime lab, which they did, pointing to a 1 in 530 billion chance of error. And despite the fact that O.J. was acquitted by the jury, the case still proved just how compelling DNA evidence could be. In 2001, that same lab, Cellmark, analyzed the DNA samples found in the Preer home, and they discovered something important. A lot of the blood found at the scene came from Leslie Preer, but not all of it. 3 blood samples came from someone else. One was found on a baseboard in the dining room, one was taken from the door to the kitchen, and one was discovered on the back door leading to the yard. And crucially, these 3 samples all matched DNA that had been found on Leslie Preer's fingernails. Whoever's DNA this was likely the person Leslie had struggled with right before her death, and that person could be her killer. On June 18th, detectives got a warrant to take samples of Sandy Preer's blood and hair, which would be analyzed to see if they were a match with the blood found at the crime scene. Investigators waited, and then the results finally came back in late July. State's Attorney John McCarthy again.
The blood that was on the scene, that was not the victim's blood, came from a male, and it was not Mr. Preer.
This information changed everything. Investigators had been laser focused on Sandy Preer for weeks. But this crime scene DNA belonging to an unknown male was not, in fact, from the #1 suspect in the Leslie Preer case. And if it wasn't Sandy's DNA, whose was it?
Initially, I did not think that I was going to be a suspect in all of this.
This is Leslie's boss, Brett Reedy. Sandy and some of Leslie's relatives found it odd, even suspicious, that Brett had turned up at the Preer's house the day Leslie's body was discovered.
So they brought up the idea, well, what was Brett doing there? And who is Brett? Well, okay, I'm just somebody who cared.
Remember, when Sandy mentioned Brett back in his second police interview in May, detectives had been skeptical. Now, a few months later, the Brett Reedy theory sounded a lot more interesting to them.
The police came to us in August telling us there was DNA found in Leslie's fingernails, not Sandy's DNA. So we would like to take swabs of all the males in the office to eliminate you all. All right, well, my first thought was they probably want to eliminate me, only because I was there. And I said, fine. And they took swabs of, our cheeks, and then off they went.
Soon, the DNA would reveal to investigators whether Brett was somebody who cared or somebody who may have killed. And Brett wasn't the only person detectives were taking a closer look at. For the rest of 2001, investigators cast their net wider and wider. They interviewed Leslie Preer's former colleagues and friends. Almost everyone with a connection to the family was now scrutinized. Lauren Preer had been heartbroken by the investigators' focus on her dad as the possible killer. And even when the police expanded their investigation, Sandy wasn't officially let off the hook.
Once the DNA came back and it wasn't Sandy, my dad, they never really contacted us.
Sandy wasn't called into the station for any more interviews, but he wasn't cleared either. And Lauren thought some of the people investigators were now speaking to seemed far-fetched.
My Uncle Frank was even interviewed, which is ridiculous. I mean, I understand because he would travel a lot, but he would stay at my parents' house when he was coming through. I mean, everyone was on the list.
Uncle Frank wasn't their guy. But in order for Sandy's name to be cleared, the police needed another strong suspect to focus on. And Lauren felt she had one, an older neighbor around her mom's age. As Lauren explains it, right before her mom's death, the two of them were walking together in the neighborhood when they bumped into this neighbor.
He's like, "Hi, Lauren." I was like, "This is my mom." And he's like, "Oh, no wonder we get your good looks from." that kind of thing. And my mom was always loved to be charmed. She was just that kind of woman. But she wasn't arrogant. She liked to be flattered. That's just how she was. He was very, very handsome. Anyways, so time went on, or he was like, maybe we should go walk the dogs together sometime.
Lauren could see that her mom was flattered by this handsome neighbor. And after her mom was murdered, she wondered if something had happened between them.
The only thing I could thought of was, did they have an affair? And then my mom tried to cut it off and end the affair, and he murdered her.
Lauren told police about this neighbor. Law enforcement would later get a sample from him. It didn't match, and he was eliminated as a suspect. Meanwhile, investigators were entertaining another idea, that this case could be bigger than Chevy Chase.
If you lived in Washington, D.C., you knew about Chandra Levy. It was in the news constantly. I guess in any whodunit murder, anybody in homicide would have to see if there were any relationships between what happened there and in this case.
Chandra Levy was a 24-year-old student at the University of San Francisco who moved to Washington, D.C. for a federal internship.
She had told her parents she was about to return home, but mysteriously, she disappeared, and now she's the focus of a nationwide search.
When she went missing in 2001, Chandra's parents appeared on national television begging for information about their daughter.
If anyone has any way of returning her, they get the reward money. That is returning her, please.
Chandra was last seen on May 1st, just one day before Leslie Prier's body was discovered. Chandra's apartment was in downtown D.C., but her laptop's browser history showed that she had been researching Rock Creek Park, a large wooded area that extended past the neighborhood of Chevy Chase, within a few miles of the Prier's home. Detectives and Leslie's family had talked about a possible connection between the two cases. But as the months ticked on, the investigation into Leslie's murder slowed. In the detectives' notebooks, entries went from multiple notes a day to having a month-long stretch between them. By October of 2001, Brett Reedy's DNA results were back. He wasn't a match with the DNA from the crime scene. None of his colleagues were either. They were all eliminated as potential suspects. In February of 2002, the unknown male DNA was sent to CODIS, the national DNA database that holds records of convicted offenders, but it didn't get a match there either. And when Chandra Levy's body was found in May of 2002, it didn't reveal any new information about Leslie's murder. Detectives determined there was no connection between the two cases. The investigators' increasingly wider search for answers had turned up nothing. The detectives had gone quiet, and Lauren Prier soon got tired of waiting for them to call.
This podcast is brought to you by Carvana. Selling your car should feel like one less thing on your list.
Theory. The detectives. A year after Leslie's murder, Lauren Prier met with the two detectives in charge of the case. She'd come to find out what was new in the investigation, but they only wanted to rehash an old theory. The detectives were still convinced Sandy was the killer.
And it's frustrating for us because my gut feeling is that your dad had something to do with this. Mm-hmm. I've just been a cop too many years. I've worked too many cases. It is so bizarre to think that this could be someone else.
The unknown male DNA hadn't shifted the suspicion from Sandy at all. It had just added another layer of complexity. Detectives had a whole timeline of how they imagined Sandy had carried out Leslie's murder. Their theory was that on Tuesday, May 1st, 2001, after eating pasta for dinner, Leslie Prier had an unknown male guest over. When Sandy got home, there was a confrontation, during which the unknown male had been injured and left through the back door. This would explain the unknown man's blood being found in those 3 locations and his DNA on Leslie's fingernails. According to their official report, the detectives believed that Sandy had then turned his anger on Leslie, killing her in the foyer area and spending the early hours of Wednesday morning cleaning up before leaving for work as usual. The report also speculated that the biggest wrinkle in Sandy's plan was Brett Reedy. He didn't expect Brett to insist on coming over and see the blood that Sandy hadn't finished cleaning up. This was all speculation based on key pieces of evidence that for Lauren didn't add up to the same result. The pasta, for example.
All the time she ate in the morning.
Yeah,
all
and
the
she
time.
could have had it in the morning.
Like every day.
Yeah,
That
so
she did it. So it wasn't unnormal for her to wake up.
yeah,
have
and
a
that's
bite
what
of
we said. We said that can cut both ways.
If Leslie ate the pasta for breakfast, as Lauren said she often did, it was totally plausible she'd been killed on Wednesday morning. And Lauren said they still hadn't found the person who left the mystery DNA in the house.
But don't you think that's really weird?
Yes, and
I mean,
that's
that
why we are here a year later with nobody under arrest.
The detectives acknowledged that their theory wasn't perfect and that the mystery DNA had raised more questions than answers. But they still felt Sandy was the most likely option.
I think this was something where he just lost it for a millisecond, as so many people do. And in that millisecond that he lost it, something terrible happened.
That idea that anyone is capable of losing it, Lauren had thought about it.
I mean, of course, I'm not stupid. I'm 24. I've heard stories like we were talking about that people can just snap, and then the time frame, the situation in the house, so those kind of things don't make me think. Don't put me.
is the problem. Nothing in my life goes as smoothly. I'm waiting for the catch.
Maybe there's no catch.
That's exactly what a catch would want me to think.
Wow, you need to relax.
I need to knock on wood. Do we have wood? Is this table wood?
I think it's laminate.
Okay, yeah, that's good. That's close enough.
Car selling without a catch. Sell your car today on Carvana. Pickup fees may apply.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my
eBay. To spend the rest.
Shocked and devastated.
Shauna Williams and Army Sergeant Sean Williams seemed to be a perfect match, right down to their names.
I knew Sean half my life. I couldn't wait to spend the rest of my life with him.
Mom was the happiest I've ever seen her. She was pretty ecstatic.
But Shauna had no clue her honorable man was hiding a lethal secret.
When I looked at how long Shauna's been doing this, I thought there has to be more victims.
I was shocked and devastated.
And when Shauna discovered the truth about her true love, it would prove he had evil running through his veins.
I was scared. More scared than I've ever been in my life.
When it comes to love and marriage, things aren't always as they seem. By the time Shauna Williams turned 40, she was used to starting over. After getting pregnant and married at the young age of 20, Shauna and her husband had settled in Goldsboro, North Carolina.
We were married very young. We stayed married 8 years. Decided to go in separate directions.
So in 2004, when a family member in Richmond, Virginia became ill and needed her support, Shauna found herself freshly divorced and planting new roots with her daughter, Lauren.
I was working full-time as a medical assistant. I just started going to school, but I did still miss the family and friends that we left behind in North Carolina. So we would travel back on weekends and holidays.
On one of her visits in April 2009, Shauna was thrilled when she heard from her old friend, Sean Williams.
Actually, I'm in town this weekend, and I was wondering if you wanted to hook up, grab a drink or something.
I remembered Sean because he went to high school with my brother. It had just been such a long time since we had seen each other, but I was looking forward to catching up.
How about coffee? Everybody meets for coffee now.
That'd be great. Yeah, coffee would be nice.
Now an active duty Army Staff Sergeant stationed in Fort Gordon, Georgia, Sean had clearly transformed into a man.
He gotten a lot taller, a little more distinguished.
And he was about to surprise Shauna with a tender confession.
He told me how much he missed me and told me that he's been in love with me since he was 15.
I know. I just knew one day that you'd be my wife.
It was very flattering. But I didn't feel attracted to Sean.
But Sean, I don't know.
He really wasn't my type.
Still, when she returned to Richmond, Shauna found herself chatting with her Army admirer almost every night.
The more I learned about Sean and what his goals and his dreams were, I realized that they were very similar to mine.
We'll travel, buy a house, settle down.
I want the same things too, you know?
And I started looking at him differently.
Soon, Sean was making regular visits from Fort Gordon to Richmond to visit Shauna.
Things happened pretty fast. The times that we did spend together were amazing, and we just agreed that we wanted to take it to the next level.
Would you consider getting married again?
Oh, yeah. I get married again.
Really?
Yeah.
I really felt that Sean made Mom happy. Just the look on her face, she was smiling more often and just seemed really bubbly. So I was like, okay, that's good.
After her experience of getting pregnant at a young age, Shauna was determined not to take any chances.
So Sean and I made a mutual agreement that we would not be intimate prior to our wedding night. And we both decided to have STD testing done prior to the wedding.
A few days later, Sean arrived in Richmond for their big day.
I showed Sean my test results, and he said that his tests were negative.
You know, the military, they test us every 3 months, so.
And I was okay with that.
I love you. Love you back.
After nearly 7 months together, Shauna Williams married Sean Williams, and she didn't even have to change her name.
I was happy for her. She had finally found someone that I knew was a good person and she could build a life with.
I couldn't wait to spend the rest of my life with him. I was the happiest I had ever been.
But her happiness wouldn't last long. When Shauna learned what lay beneath her husband's charming facade had the power to kill.
This is the kind of thing that you only see on television.
It was devastating. I mean, it was just gut-wrenching.
On September 3rd, 2009, Shauna Williams was excited to finally consummate her marriage with new husband, Army Sergeant Sean Williams.
Our wedding day was so special, and honestly, we were just exhausted. The big night that we were waiting for and just didn't happen that night. And it didn't happen the next night, and the next night. And I would ask Sean, you know, well, what's going on?
Honey, is everything okay? I mean...
He had said that he's waited for this since he was 15, and he was nervous.
I don't want to mess things up.
So we just took our time and waited until it just felt right for both of us.
Shortly after their wedding, Sean asked Shauna to move to Georgia, where he was stationed, leaving Shauna torn.
After discussing it, we both agreed that because I was still in school, that it would be best for me to stay in Richmond until after I graduated.
2 years.
I mean, it's gonna be a long 2 years, and I'm gonna
miss the hell out of you, but we'll be fine.
In the meantime, their love, trust, and frequent visits would sustain them. Sean always found sweet ways to stay connected with Shauna, even when he was working late at his second job as a bouncer at a local karaoke bar.
Sean would send funny pictures and text messages and would always tell me how much he missed me and how much he loved me.
But when graduation came and went, Shauna was dismayed to find Sean no longer seemed to view her move to Georgia as an urgent matter.
It kind of struck me as a little strange, seeing as how we were still newlyweds. I just figured maybe it was the stress of his career.
Shauna found herself regretting her decision not to move to Georgia right away, especially when military life became even busier for Sean over the next few months.
I was disappointed. Sean didn't visit Richmond as much. The conversations we had on the phone had dwindled somewhat.
Shauna was kind of let down by that. She was wondering whether or not, he still wanted to be married, if there was something going on.
To her major relief, Sean seemed to regain his fire for her when he received a permanent change in station to Fort Bliss, Texas, and was able to get them off-post housing. On April 10th, 2012, Shauna was finally able to move in with her husband.
Mom was the happiest I've ever seen her. She was getting ready to start the next chapter of her life with her husband, so she was happy.
Shauna counted her blessings until one day that May.
Sean was not the neatest person in the world. So I wanted to clean his car while he was at work and throwing away the bottles and potato chip bags.
Shauna was all too happy to be doing the things she felt a good wife should do, until she stumbled upon something that would make her think twice.
I see something sticking out the driver's side door. I was speechless. I didn't know what to believe.
Oh my God.
That was the beginning of her nightmare.
While cleaning out her husband Sean's car, Shauna Williams was shocked at what she found.
Amazon Health AI presents Painful Thoughts.
I can't stop scratching my downtown. Yeah, but I'm not itching to go downtown and tell a receptionist I'm here to talk about my downtown. Some things you'd rather type than say out loud.
There's no question too embarrassing for Amazon Health AI. Chat your symptoms and get virtual care 24/7. Healthcare just got less painful.
Boost Mobile is now sending experts nationwide to deliver and set up customers' new phones.
Wait, we're going on tour?
We're delivering and setting up customers' phones. It's not a tour.
Not with that attitude.
Introducing Store to Door. Switch and get a new device with expert setup and delivery.
Delivery available for select devices purchased at boostmobile.com.
Instacart makes grocery shopping easier. And just because you're not doing the shopping yourself doesn't mean you don't care how it's done. With Instacart Shopper Notes, you can get particular about what you want right in the app. Like rotisserie chicken that's extra crispy, steak with marbling the Romans would have loved, and lettuce you'd actually pick yourself. Just leave a note for your shopper so that they can get it right for you without having to ask. That way, you can get groceries just how you like. Download the Instacart app and shop today.
Marketers, you know that feeling when your creative clicks? When that social post sends engagement through the roof? When your outside-of-the-box campaign hits ROI positive? When a personalized homepage turns prospects into customers? It's utter marketing bliss. Contentful helps you create tailored omni-channel experiences without working overtime. No stress, no limits, only possibilities. Get the feels at contentful.com.
I noticed that there was a box of condoms on the driver's side door. And we're a newly married couple that didn't use condoms.
What the hell are these?
And he said that they were in the car that he had purchased before, and things from that car just got transferred to this car.
So over the next few months, Shauna focused on integrating herself into Sean's life.
Sean suggested we have some of his military colleagues over for dinner and drinks. And I figured that this was a perfect opportunity for me to experience being a military wife.
The party was going swimmingly.
I'm so glad you were able to make it. It's so nice to meet you.
Until Sean left to give someone a ride home.
I noticed that Sean left his phone. It started to ring. I just assumed that it was him looking for his phone. So I picked it up.
Hello?
And it was a woman.
I'm looking for Sean. Who is this?
This is Sean's wife. Who is this?
She immediately hung up.
She just had this nagging feeling that there was something going on. So she went through his phone.
There were numerous text messages and pictures of other women. He's proposing to other women. I found pictures of half-naked women. Everything that Sean told me, he's now telling multiple other women. I was floored.
When Sean returned home a few minutes later, Shauna was hell-bent on finding out just what was going on.
I think I left my phone.
Oh yeah, you left your phone, all right. And you're not gonna get it back, Sean, until you tell me what the hell is going on.
Whoa, what are you talking about?
What do you mean, what am I talking about?
I said, no, you need to explain why these text messages and these photos are in your phone. Sean admitted that the text messages were very inappropriate and said that he decided to entertain other conversations until I moved from Richmond.
It won't happen again.
He said, please don't leave me. I love you. I'm sorry. It was wrong.
It was stupid, but I swear to God, I was lonely.
As difficult as it was, Shauna decided to try and forgive her husband.
I loved my husband, and I wanted this to work and was willing to confront it, correct him, but to just move on.
Still, as much as Shauna wanted to move past what she had found, she simply couldn't. The idea of catching Sean in his lies consumed her.
I turned into an investigator. I went through his personal items looking for any sign that this behavior is still going on.
It wasn't until that July, while Sean was at work, when Shauna spotted something suspicious.
The papers were stuffed in the glove compartment. So I went in the bathroom with the papers.
And the very first words Shauna read, there in black and white, knocked the breath right out of her.
I was stunned. I was floored.
This man is a sociopath and a predator.
I couldn't breathe. I started to shake. I think in that moment, my heart stopped.
In July of 2012, Shauna Williams stumbled upon something shocking in her husband's car.
I saw that they were medical records. 2 words on those medical records jumped out at me. They were herpes and HIV.
Not only did Sean have HIV, but he had known his status for 6 years.
You know, the military, they test us every 3 months.
The medical records dated back to 2006, 3 years before we were married. I couldn't breathe. I started to shake.
Shauna was determined to be tested as soon as possible.
My initial HIV test was done at the military hospital. When I asked how long it would take, they said 10 days, which was gonna be the longest 10 days of my life.
The next several hours were a blur as Shauna met with military lawyers and investigators to report her husband's deception.
One of the questions the military personnel asked was if I had knowledge of anyone else that Sean was involved with.
Having sexual relations with anybody else?
And I remembered then that I still had his phone.
Military police brought Sean to headquarters while they investigated and placed him in military barracks.
All I thought about was, oh my God, am I going to die? And I was scared, more scared than I've ever been in my life.
Finally, after 10 days, Shauna learned her test results.
She said, you're HIV negative. And I was so relieved.
But relief soon turned to fear when Shauna remembered it could take up to a year for the virus to develop.
This means you do need continued testing.
Okay.
As Shauna tried to come to grips with what had happened, she couldn't help but pore over her history with Sean.
The fact that I had my lab results and that he didn't have his, the condoms in his car, the multiple text messages and pictures. Looking back, the red flags were there. I think my heart just chose not to pick up on them.
Shauna had so many questions, and in late August, she finally had the chance to ask Sean through a military-arranged meeting.
Why would you do this to me? To me?
Because I love you, Shauna, and I didn't want to lose you.
He still stuck to his story that he was never unfaithful.
I don't believe.
I'm telling you the truth.
Unfortunately, holding Sean accountable would prove to be a long and daunting process. It wasn't until November 2013 when Shauna finally heard from a JAG prosecutor. Thanks to the contents of Sean's phone, they'd been able to confirm Sean had failed to inform 7 other women of his HIV status. One of his victims, Alicia Clark, met him in 2009 in Georgia.
I first met Sean when I had gone out to a local karaoke bar. He started flirting with me, and over the course of a few weeks, he got a little more persistent. You know, he started walking me to my car. He would tell me that he was in love with me and that he wanted to marry me.
You're the love of my life.
We started discussing things possibly being taken to a physical level. So I asked him, how often are you tested for STDs?
Oh, I get the military, they test me every 3 months.
We were all shocked. I think Sean went into the military, and when he realized how much women like a man in uniform, he just went off the deep end.
Luckily, none of the women were infected, but there was no telling how many more had been exposed. On September 9th, 2014, Sean Williams pleaded guilty to 8 counts of aggravated assault, 6 counts of adultery, and 1 count of disobeying direct orders. He was dishonorably discharged from the Army and received an 8-year federal prison sentence.
It was very hurtful and emotional to know that someone that I fell in love with deeply could hurt me in such a devastating way.
Today, Shauna is starting over again. Even though for the last 2 years she has tested negative for HIV, her ordeal still weighs heavily on her.
I'm different. I don't easily trust people the way that I used to.
But with each day, Shauna believes that God spared her health and gave her strength to live her life to the fullest.
Shauna's made a lot of steps moving forward. I'm noticing a calmness coming over her, and she's starting to smile a little bit more.
Life today is much better. And I have a wonderful, supportive family, and my friends have been amazing. And with that network that I have, it can't get anything but better.
Unlock efficiency and innovation with HP Copilot Plus PCs from America's favorite PC brand. With up to 34 hours of battery life and Microsoft Copilot built in, you can draft emails and summarize meetings with the fastest, most intelligent, and secure Windows PCs ever. Tap the banner to learn more at hp.com. Need expert advice? Call HP Business Technology Advisors at 1-800-761-8417.
Parles-tu français?
¿Hablas español?
Parli italiano?
If you've used Babbel, you would. Babbel's
Whether it's a movie night or just midday, Skinny Pop is a salty snack that keeps on giving. Made with just 3 simple ingredients for an irresistibly delicious taste and a large serving size that lasts. Deliciously popped, perfectly salted. Skinny Pop, popular for a reason. Shop Skinny Pop now.
An all-new 2020 starts right now.
Gwinnett County 911.
I need to make a report. My sister's been missing since yesterday. No one has seen her.
What's your sister's name?
Susanna Morales.
When Susanna walked out the back gate of Sterling Glen Apartments, there's a sidewalk there that would take her straight to her residence.
Where can I see her last known location?
Have a screenshot.
You have a screenshot?
They could see that she was walking back from the apartment complex down Singleton Road.
And all of a sudden, she goes in the opposite direction in a car. And that's when I started panicking. Something happened to her on the way home.
case is just, it's unreal.
She walked that way.
Gwinnett County Police are hoping that you can help them find a teenager, 16-year-old Susanna Morales. Police now believe that she may have gotten into a car that night, July 26th.
She was a young, full-of-life teenager who vanished pretty much out of thin air.
You know why we're here?
We just thought about the worst. They needed to do something.
Oh! Brushes. Aww.
Susanna was the baby. She would get everything that we wanted when we were at her age.
Necklace, earrings.
Yes. She was definitely spoiled.
Y'all really went out. This is cute. Ooh. I like this.
Our best moments is laughing together as a family.
Oh, chicle.
Susanna Morales was very close to her family. They lived in Norcross here in Gwinnett County. We are a large county just north of Atlanta, and we're one of the most diverse counties in the United States.
Where are you from originally?
Mexico.
What were you looking for?
Vivir mejor, ¿verdad?
3 daughters? ¿Tres hijas?
3 hijas, Julissa, Yasmin, y Susana.
Her name was Susanna, but you called her?
Susie. Me and Susanna had a 10 years difference. Me being the oldest, I used to take care of them. Susanna was very outgoing. I was a little closer to Susanna probably because 3-year age gap in between us.
She was always making TikTok videos.
She loved to record music videos of herself singing.
Susanna's best friends that I've known since middle school for her was Kaya and Esmeralda. They were very, very close.
We had fun together. We didn't have to do much to be happy around each other. She was a very bubbly person.
Remember Susanna?
She was very sweet, very nice.
Susanna's hair was very curly. She loved exploring new colors with it. She had dyed her hair green, red, and blonde at one point.
She worked with her mother at a local McDonald's. She loved music. She loved to play a ukulele that had been given to her. She loved to sing.
So won't you send me your location? Let's focus on communicating.
Take me through that day, July 26, 2022.
Yo hice pescado ese día.
Susanna didn't really like fish and didn't want to eat that, so she asked her mother if she could go to her friend Esmeralda's home.
How close was that house?
Como 6 minutos.
6 minutes.
She told her mom she got to her friend's house safe, and that was around 7:19 p.m.
I just want to know if you got there. And she responds,
Sí.
sí, with a thumbs up.
Later that night, approximately 9:40-ish p.m., Susanna's mom starts calling Susanna and asking her to come home because it's getting late.
You were going to go pick her up.
Le llamé 3 veces y no me contestó y ella siempre acostumbraba a contestarme.
Susanna's mom reached out for Susanna to be like, hey, where are you? And she texted her and texted her and texted her.
Susie, do you want me to go for you?
Ajá, le digo, mija, contesta por favor.
My daughter, please answer.
Because Susanna's mother was not able to get in touch with her, she reached out to Esmeralda and her family.
She called me asking if Susanna was at my house.
Susanna had actually never come over there.
Of course, that's my best friend, so I will back her up. I told her that Susanna was leaving while I was able to get enough time to get a hold of Susanna.
Initially, Esmeralda, being a teenage friend, was trying to cover for Susanna.
I contacted her, calling her, no response. So I texted her and told her that her mother was looking for her and she better be on her way home before I get in trouble.
Susanna's mother recalls talking to Esmeralda's mother, who told her Susanna was never there.
So mom at that point is worried and like, hey, why was my daughter not where she said she was?
I remember getting a call from my mom like around 9 or 10 p.m. at night. And she was just asking me if I've heard from Susanna or if I had talked to her because she wasn't answering her phone.
Susanna's mother was continuously contacting people, trying to figure out where Susanna might be.
She had a very good relationship with her sisters and her mom, so that was not characteristic if she did not get in contact with her mom.
I told my mom that maybe Susanna's phone had died or that she fell asleep, and let's just wait till morning to hear from her.
You realize there's something really wrong here.
Yo sabía que ella estaba en peligro.
One of Susanna's friends gets a crash alert on her cell phone. Susanna's in a moving vehicle and there's a serious crash.
That's Susie, huh?
Sí,
Your screenshot.
la foto de sus 15.
On her 15th birthday? For her quinceañera, what did she want more than anything?
Mami, quiero tacos.
Tacos.
Tacos, Susie?
All she wanted was to go eat tacos. She wanted us to buy her a mini quinceañera dress, a pink, sparkly, short quinceañera dress.
Susanna was always hanging out with her friends. None of them drove, so they all were young and would walk to each other's house.
On July 26, 2022, while Susanna's mother was attempting to locate her and worried about where Susanna was, Susanna's friend Kaya had gotten a notification on her phone through a mobile application on their phone called Live 360.
It's an app where you can add people to your circle. You can add friends, family members, and it'll tell you their location.
It also provides other safety features, like parents can track their kids. It shows how fast they're driving. It shows if the phone battery's low, things like that.
Around 10:30 p.m., Susanna's friend Kaya had gotten a notification on her phone that Susanna's phone had been involved in some kind of crash.
Kaya gets what they call a crash alert on her phone. To get a crash alert, there has to be serious force with that phone.
Susanna could have potentially been involved in a car accident.
Once Kaya got the Live 360 notification crash alert, she contacted Esmeralda.
So her friends at that point are worried about Susanna, and Susanna didn't drive.
After speaking with Esmeralda, she went out there and checked it out because we were thinking she got into a car accident.
They had the location of where the alert was sent from. So they went to that location and started looking for Susanna.
I was on the phone with Kaya. My sister had Susanna's phone number. My sister was calling her phone to see maybe we could find it or find any debris of any sort of car crash, but that road and that neighborhood was very quiet that night, so obviously there was no car crash.
There's no signs at all of a vehicle crash, no signs of Susanna, and no signs of her phone.
She couldn't find any debris or anything, so we just assumed that she was sleeping over at a friend's house, and we slept on it.
The next day, I received a terrifying call from my mom where she was sobbing, and I was like, what happened? My mom called me and told me that she was gonna call the police because she hasn't heard from Susanna. And I told her to wait for me, and I left work. I don't think I was really worried until I got the screenshots from the Live 360, and that's when I started panicking. And it basically showed the trip of her walking home, and all of a sudden she goes in the opposite direction in a car. And it was like a notification of Live 360 that Susanna might have been in a crash.
She's heading down Singleton Road in the direction of back home. Then we see about 5 minutes later, her direction pattern changed and she's going the exact opposite way away from her house. And here we see she's now driving in a vehicle at a top speed of 40 miles an hour. Ultimately, we get the crash alert at that location. That's the last known location where Susanna phone's pings.
Once we got the screenshots, we realized that Susanna had gone to a different friend's house.
She actually had gone to her friend Alyssa and Kelly's apartment complex.
Kelly is a girl that Susanna's mom, for whatever reason, didn't like.
She didn't want Susanna to be around certain friends because she believed they were a bad influence. Susanna knew that her mom was going to say no about her going to Kelly's house. So she asked, can I go to Esmeralda's house? So that's where Maria thought she was going to go. But instead, she ended up going to Kelly's house, which she lived in the Sterling Glen Apartments.
The Sterling Glen Apartments is a fairly typical apartment complex for that area. A lot of different buildings that have multiple apartment units in them. There's a clubhouse and a pool. Because of the crime in the area, they also employ a courtesy officer to help patrol the area.
The family have at this point reached out to all of their friends of Susanna. No one knows where she is, so they reach out to the Gwinnett County Police and make a report.
My sister's been missing since yesterday.
How old is your sister?
16.
Okay. Is your mom or dad there?
Yes.
I'll have an officer out there as soon as possible to meet with you and your mom, okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
Maria speaks Spanish, so just to have that clear communication, if we can, we send officers that speak Spanish.
Buenos días.
Mi hija ayer a las 6 de la tarde se fue de su amiga según y su teléfono está apagado. Her friend has her on like 360, you know what that is?
Mm-hmm.
But it's not like renewing her location.
And once the officer arrived at the house, we were just letting them know what was going on, that Susanna hadn't made home since last night and she wasn't answering any calls.
So where can I see her last known location?
Have a screenshot.
We were showing him the screenshots from the Live 360 and all the messages that we had, and they asked us to send that to them, so we did.
When you're looking at the 360 of her being in a car, it can be someone took her, or it can be that she ran away.
Whose car is she in? What happened? Is she okay?
My name is Xavier Biggers. I've been in policing for 20 years. I've always wanted to be a police officer since I was 5 years old. At the time of Susanna Morales' disappearance, my title was a sergeant over the Special Victims Unit. Initially, I had nothing other than what the officers on scene had given me.
You showed him something on your phone?
La foto de Susi.
¿Qué tenía puesto cuando se fue?
Eso se miraba aquí.
Jeans, a yellow tank top. They show Susanna's hair.
She had black fingernails. That's something that stood out as something descriptive for her.
Y quería ver si me podía ayudar como a localizar su teléfono.
Todavía no podemos hacer eso.
No.
So, lo que yo puedo hacer ahorita es el reporte inicial diciendo que ya no ha estado aquí.
They gave us a report number.
Good morning, GBs.
Good morning. I need to list a juvenile missing.
When Susanna's mother called us to report her missing, she was put on the system by the officer that made the report as a missing person. On that day, I was the on-call sergeant. They called me and let me know that they went door to door trying to get more information about her disappearance. They went to Sterling Glen Apartments, where Kelly lives.
780 Road.
Hello.
Hello.
They spent about a good 3 to 4 hours at that apartment complex looking for her.
She here? She's working right now.
And they actually spoke with Kelly and talked with her.
You know why we're here?
Let me see her.
What can you tell us about her?
She left me at 10, and then there was only no. Like, this is so strange.
Susanna ended up walking over to her friend Kelly and Alyssa's home at the apartment complex.
We were actually able to locate social media videos that were taken of Susanna and her friends that day.
We were doing a belly piercing, just taking videos.
We were just hanging out. We ended up walking to the back of the gate to the apartments, and then I just said goodbye.
Around 10 p.m., Kelly said that she took Susanna to the exit of the Sterling Glen apartments on Singleton Road.
Singleton Road is located in a pretty populated area. There are residential areas as well as businesses. Even at night, there's a lot of foot traffic as well as vehicles.
Susanna had walked on that road numerous times, so she was familiar with it.
However, once you pass the businesses, it is a very dark walk back to Susanna's house.
This is where Kelly basically walked Susanna out to the back gate, and Susanna went home this way from the back gate. From Sterling Glen apartments to Susanna home is probably only about a 15-minute walk.
To get home, Susanna would have exited the Sterling Glen apartments through the back gate, taken a left onto Singleton Road, and then traveled down Singleton Road and taken a left onto Santa Ana Drive, where her home was located. I was a homicide detective with Gwinnett County Police at the time of Susanna Morales' disappearance. I worked on the same floor as the Special Victims Unit. I heard them talking about it, so of course I jumped in and I was asking questions. There was something up with this that wasn't a typical case. Somewhere after she walked past this parking lot, her phone changed directions and began going back towards the Sterling Glen apartments at a speed that's consistent with her being in a vehicle. And within less than a mile, a crash alert is received.
So this is the direction the 360 application was showing. Susanna was going in at 40 miles per hour. Then this is the area that it pretty much crashes out and roundabout here. We checked to see if there were any accidents in that area. There was no accidents reported in that area.
Given that there's no actual evidence of a car crash, our assumption is that her phone is thrown out the window out of a moving vehicle and that the phone is damaged or broken to cause the crash alert.
When you're looking at the 360 of her being in a car, you can see it from both ways, and I saw it from both ways. It can be someone took her, or it can be that she ran away. So.
I knew she didn't run away. She was on the way home and something happened.
Just because of the information that we had about hanging out with Kelly, and the fact that she told her mother that she was going one place and she ended up going somewhere else, we was thinking maybe that she had thrown her cell phone away or got rid of it because she knew she was going to get in trouble. So we linked this as possibly, well, she was running away. Even with that, we were working the case as a regular missing person by gathering the information we had as far as her friends, her social media, and doing the things as our policy have stated, and working at that point.
Did you ever think she would run away?
No. Yo nunca pensé que estaba run away. Nunca.
She didn't take her charger, she didn't take clothes, she didn't take anything. So we were really, really scared at that moment. And that's when we as a family start looking for her.
They needed to do something. Susanna's nowhere to be found. They go out, they start canvassing.
Then the family thinks they found something.
That's her, that's her.
That is her.
That's her.
2020 is partnering with Vibes open-ear wireless headphones. That's VYBZ. If you listen to a lot of true crime, you probably like to listen with a good pair of headphones. But it can be tricky to find a pair that provides great sound quality that's not too overwhelming. Because when you're out with a podcast during a late-night dog walk or pre-dawn run, you don't necessarily want noise cancellation that blocks out the sounds around you. That's why you'll want to get yourself a pair of Vibes, your perfect companion in audio. They're designed for maximum comfort with ultra-lightweight earbuds that sit just outside the ear canal. And they offer crystal clear audio. So no matter what you're listening to, whether it's your favorite song or a sound-rich true crime podcast, it'll come across loud, clear, and silky smooth. The battery lasts up to 10 hours per charge, and they come in a that's
$1 per month required.
Parties. After filing the police report, we said that we weren't going to wait. We had to do something. And so using the screenshots that we had, we kind of retraced her steps. We started looking for her in the exact point where the app shows where the incident was.
The ping hit in this area right here. Her family came here, and it was unfortunate that this was not the location where Susanna was at. It was just the last area where her cell phone pinged at.
We tried to retrace her steps that we thought that she would take. So we started at Kelly's apartment.
Nosotros fuimos prácticamente las detectives.
You were the detectives.
Sí, andábamos siempre buscando, investigando, preguntando.
They needed to do something. Susanna's nowhere to be found. They go out, they start canvassing as well.
We were asking all the businesses to see if they had any cameras, and we got to a daycare. The camera system that the place had, it was super old, so it was like an hour ahead or behind.
I'll tell you the time it is.
At first, we couldn't get anything until he went back to the right hour. We saw Susanna.
That is her.
That's her. We're like, oh my God, that's her, that's her.
In the video, Susanna's wearing the yellow tank top, jeans, and white Crocs.
She's alone. There's no cars near her, no strangers.
She appeared to be walking towards the direction of her home, and that nothing was wrong at that moment.
Susanna walked this way. She walked past the cameras coming right there. She walked down this pathway here.
Once we saw that, our mind was thinking that maybe she got kidnapped, she's being raped, she's trafficking. We just thought about the worst.
Ahora sí se la llevaron de ahí entonces.
It was a bad feeling because we knew for sure something had happened because she was on the way home.
How did you feel?
Fue más la angustia y porque dije yo si ella iba, a mi niña alguien se la llevó. Yo siento que ella me había gritado, mami, ayúdame, pero no estuve ahí.
You have to look at, was she abducted?
We have close to 40 to 50 missing persons reports in our system a month. And I would say majority of those, they come back home within the first week. All hands are on deck when it comes to a person that's been abducted versus someone is just being missing, because you have to show that foul play is actually involved. And at that time, we didn't have any information that Susanna was abducted by anyone. However, I had taken the case as a personal matter, and I was looking for her like someone had taken her. My daughter's 16 at the time when this occurred. I looked at this as if she was my daughter, because every day I saw my daughter, I saw her. So I was working harder every day because I came over here to the extra storage space knowing that Susanna was continuing her walk, but unfortunately the video camera only caught the brush at the bottom of here. It didn't capture the sidewalk. We actually checked the bus's cameras during that time frame when she went missing. We didn't see any footage of her on any of the buses. At Sterling Glen Apartments, the only cameras that they have are on top of the building. Those are considered like live feed cameras, which means live feed, not recording.
Once Susanna was reported missing and nobody was able to find any location for her or any information about where she had gone, Susanna's family and her friends and the community began to launch a campaign to try and find Susanna.
We decided we would make these big posters and saying, have you seen her? Can you please call this number? And we were posting it all over social media. I remember I got a call from this woman. She was saying, I have your sister, I have your sister. In that moment, my heart dropped.
Especially nowadays with social media, people do things to make you feel like a moment of hope and false hope. And that's what happened.
He was just not messing with me.
Unfortunately, there are evil people out there and they prey on this.
Necesito saber que estás bien. Tú sabes que te amo mucho.
The family is begging and pleading with anyone to find Susanna.
We just don't know what happened. We don't know if she got picked up. We don't know if she got lost. She wouldn't just go out and not tell us.
This was a case that grabbed so much attention. You're talking about a teenager, and all of a sudden she goes missing. It blows your mind.
We did receive a lot of tips from people who were genuine and did care and tried to give potential sightings of her.
One tip brings her family to the brink.
Someone saw Susanna's bright curly hair at a hotel.
Police are dispatched to the scene. What do they find?
Me and my mom were going out every single day. If we would get a tip at 2 in the morning, we would be out looking for her at 2 in the morning. I remember that we would get a lot of sightings of her, and so we would always go and check out.
At one point, a tip comes in that someone saw Susanna's bright curly hair at a hotel.
And when we went, we were just driving around the hotel. And then in one of the windows, we saw a silhouette of 2 women, and one had super curly hair. And we were for sure that it was Susanna. So we called the police.
We had officers go to the hotel because they were actually waiting in the parking lot saying that Susanna was actually there.
They were taking forever to get there, and once the police got there, they went inside and they were able to talk to one of the women that was there. But the lady that had left was the one with curly hair. And so we were like, oh my God, what if that was her? So we were left with that doubt if that lady was her or not.
They never gave up hope, and I lived off their hope. After my 8 hours of work, I would still spend 2 to 3 more extra hours on, I would call it Susanna time. Just driving around just to seeing if I could see Susanna sitting on a stoop or sitting at the playground. Hoping that I would possibly see her just walking down the sidewalk. I mean, my car doesn't really look like, a police car. So I would actually go in plain clothes and just camp out at some of these hotels. And after a while, some of the criminals who do a lot of prostitution started noticing who I was. This is the RV camp. Someone said that they had thought they saw a sighting of her over here. And then I just got into a routine that I would do the exact same thing. And I would go from the hotels to here, to the businesses, to the apartment complex, to Sterling Glen, I just kept doing the exact same thing over and over because I just felt that if I didn't do it, that would be the day that someone saw her.
It was a super hard time. I was honestly really just trying to be strong for my mom.
Desde ese día que ella desapareció en mi vida, por decir así, se acabó.
The longer that Susanna remained missing, the bigger of a story this became in the local community.
It's been more than a month since anyone in Susanna Morales' family has heard from the 16-year-old.
This flyer is all across Norcross and Gwinnett County. Today, Gwinnett police said they can't find her alone.
Honestly, we're just tired of not knowing. That's like the hardest part. But our goal was just to make sure that everybody knew her face. If anybody were trying to see her, they would call us.
Gwinnett police on Monday said they have exhausted all options and need the public's help to find her. The Meadow Creek High student is not believed to be in any danger.
What's the evidence for them to think that? Or do they have evidence that show otherwise?
While we're going through the fall, police don't have any updates on it.
And during that time, I was pregnant. I couldn't eat, I couldn't sleep. All I did was cry. I got pregnant to the point I couldn't do anything. And so mainly I felt guilt for not being able to look for her more.
As the investigation began to, month after month, turn up no results, the Special Victims Unit turned the case over to the Homicide Unit.
What's interesting about this case is there's a team with the First 48 TV show that was embedded with police during this investigation into this disappearance of a teenage girl.
SVU's been working a missing juvenile case for going actually 6 months today. I was asked to come in and assist.
And I just got kind of pushy, I guess. Not in a bad way. I just kind of hijacked the case.
Carter is just, man, she's a warrior, and she knows she just have a knack for stuff.
There was zero communication coming from Susanna after that crash alert. Literally zero activity, nothing. She's a teenager. That's unheard of.
We did have hope that somebody new was coming to the case, and hopefully they were able to see something that nobody else saw.
I started from scratch. We took metal detectors where her phone was last seen on Live 360 and attempted to locate it.
We're just gonna check the center median. I really wanna find this. We didn't find the phone. We just tried.
I spoke to friends, I spoke to family.
You treat this just like a real homicide case, not just a person just walked away. Everyone is now considered a suspect at this point.
Throughout those investigations, the police realized that absolutely none of them had any information whatsoever as to Susanna's disappearance.
So I asked for another media release to be sent out just to keep her name relevant, and we had no suspects at that time. We don't know who's watching.
This is 16-year-old Susanna Morales, a teenager who's been missing since summer. Cell phone data and cameras show her last known location was in Gwinnett County, walking home.
We needed either someone come forward with some information or Susanna come home.
If you have information, please call Gwinnett County Police.
And then within about 2 weeks or so, we had a break in the case.
I received a call saying, "Did you hear the news? They found your sister."
Y'all really went out.
Nobody expected to still be looking for her.
Gwinnett County Police Department out of
They
leads,
said they have exhausted all options.
looking for this missing high school student.
We had the meeting where it was decided like I would kind of take over the case, and then we just started doing all these other search warrants, and we got a call.
Gwinnett County 911. What's the location of the emergency?
He was driving. He noticed on the side of Highway 316 a trail that went into the woodline. He had a small kind of off-road vehicle, and he liked to adventure and find different trails, and so he took that trail down the side of Highway 316. He ultimately said that he got a phone call, got out and began to walk around the woods as he was on the phone.
I was just out walking through the woods off the side of 316, but I found a human skull.
All right, we're gonna have an officer head out that way.
No, bro.
A patrol officer sent to check out those remains. The immediate assumption is, hey, it's probably an animal, it's a skull.
434 right here. We're just about a half mile. Let's go.
Oh, it's going. How are you doing?
I'm good. Just that way, a little walk. Just a couple hundred yards there.
Show us?
Sure.
Officers arrive and they meet the man who made the 911 call from on the side of the highway, and he kind of leads them into the woods where he found it.
Is it off like this road, or is it a little ways off?
Right up over here.
There's no stores. There's no real residences. It's just literally the side of a highway. It's not a place that people normally would pull over and just walk around, or there's no reason for someone to be there.
315 out the code for.
We see on that officer's body cam, when he gets there, the officer sees a skull. And the remains are too big to be a small animal, and it's clearly they are human.
And there's more. I walked straight that way, and there's a few more over here.
Step back a little bit. We're gonna see how far we got to cordon this off. I got some tape in the back of my car too.
So the Gwinnett County Police Department confirmed that they did appear to be human remains, and so the Gwinnett County Medical Examiner, Homicide Unit, and Crime Scene Specialist responded to the area.
We were called out because a citizen discovered skeletal remains. This is just all wooded. There's nothing out here.
You want to go get your phone?
Yeah. This general area right here is where the remains were located.
This is gonna be all night. Yeah, it's gonna be several hours.
The first thing that I saw when I got here was a human skull on the ground.
Right now they're collecting some of the larger bones of the foot. We've retrieved a significant portion of the skeleton. The skull's complete. There's no clothing, there's no wallet, there's no, possessions, no effects.
Police look, and there's absolutely nothing to identify the person. Not even any indication if they're male or female, adult, child, nothing.
I have not seen any sharp force injuries to the bones.
Right now we don't have a cause of death. We don't have an identity.
Looking at it, the growth plates is not fused.
She said tibia younger, 17, 18-ish.
The first words from the forensic pathologist when she sees what we have are, do you have any missing teenage girls?
So the medical examiner, Dr. Terry, she's able to tell that they're female, and that is when red flags start going off in our heads. Could this be Susanna?
As we were sifting through the topsoil and recovering some of the small bones of the hands, one of the medical examiner investigators, he recovered some fingernails.
We found some fingernails. It was paint that was peeling off of them, right?
Yeah, like the black.
This started missing.
As soon as I saw the nail polish on the fingernails, I recalled a photo that Detective Carter had shown me of Susanna. In that photograph, her nails were painted black. It kind of put a chill in my spine.
Something he took note of was that the remains that we were able to actually recover indicated that her clothes were not with her at the time that she was killed.
I definitely remember thinking that whoever this girl turned out to be, it was immediately obvious that she didn't walk out into the woods. As thick as it was, she didn't walk out here in the nude with no shoes on. That was immediately suspicious.
By the time the medical examiner processed the scene, it was completely dark in the middle of the woods. Our immediate concern at that point was trying to verify if, in fact, these were Susanna.
Could it really be Susanna? All of our hearts break because, of course, we still hope she's alive.
I made arrangements to have uniformed officers out here so that there would be bodies all night guarding this perimeter, making sure that no evidence could be tampered with, to come back out here the next day to search for additional items just because it was too dark to perform that thorough of a search.
Hey, y'all hold up. Recruit found a gun.
It felt really strange that a firearm would be out here.
Probably 30 yards past where the skeletal remains were found.
No.
Oh, no.
Welcome to Get Real.
I got something to say.
A weekly talk show for the reality TV obsessed.
Oh, my God.
It's got to be deliciously desperate.
Why do these girls forgive him?
She has a soft spot for troubled men.
Boo bloody hell.
This is your show. Find Get Real wherever you get your podcasts.
Love runs deeper than we know.
And stream new episodes Thursdays on Hulu and Hulu on Disney+.
Road to the NBA Finals is happening now on ESPN and ABC. It's make or break now. Best on best now. Watch him say it with his chest now. Greatness is up for grabs. And the world is watching.
Just wait.
On the home of the NBA Finals.
All the work, all the sacrifice.
The NBA playoffs, presented by Google, continue on ESPN and ABC.
I was just out walking through the woods off the side of 316, but I found a human skull.
I walked straight that way, and there's a few more over there.
So we went that next morning out to the remains.
So just make sure that you're scanning carefully because they're going to be small pieces that you're looking for. In addition to clothing, shoes, something like that.
All right, y'all go ahead and start form the line from here down to the guardrail. Just fill in any gaps.
So we line up police officers to do a grid, walking through the woods near that remains to see, is there anything that could have been left there?
Hey, y'all hold up. Recruit found a gun.
Probably 200 feet off the highway here was a black pistol, just barely covered with pine straw.
It was a 9mm firearm that had a flashlight attached to the firearm as well, and it appeared it had been there for some time.
Probably 30 yards past where the skeletal remains were found. It's definitely suspicious.
You want to run that really quick?
We're on a 10.9 Glock pistol, serial Bravo Romeo X-ray Hotel 074.
We're returning to 99.
It means it's stolen.
The gun was loaded, but there was no evidence to say that it had been fired.
That's where the gun was actually found, is where that dead end is.
Definitely the close proximity that the gun was to the remains, and then the gun being listed as stolen, it doesn't take a rocket science to figure out that they're probably related.
I want to talk to the guy who reported it missing.
Police run that serial number of the firearm. They find out that that gun was reported missing by someone named Miles Bryant. Miles Bryant actually lived in the Sterling Glen apartments.
I pulled the report and saw that it had been reported stolen the same day that Susanna was reported as missing from the same location, Sterling Glen Apartments.
She's last seen July 26, 2022, 10 o'clock p.m. The next morning, in the early morning hours, that gun's reported stolen from the Sterling Glen Apartments. Miles Bryant is the owner of that gun. He lives at the Sterling Glen apartment complex where Susanna was last seen. All of our evidence is coming back to Sterling Glen.
Miles Bryant, the guy who reported his gun stolen the day after Susanna went missing.
He reported from his courtesy officer job at Winsgate Village.
He was working security.
Yes.
Right?
Oh my gosh.
Cop.
Yeah.
The moment that I found out that he was a cop, it was like, are you serious? What the heck? Like, it was kind of extremely shocking because you never think you're gonna see that.
It was like getting crazy.
Where is he an officer?
Dorville.
I learned that the person who reported the gun as stolen was Miles Bryant. From there, I started doing some research on him.
Miles Bryant was working for the Dorville Police Department. Dorville is between our area in Gwinnett and the city of Atlanta, not far from us.
His side gig was to do security. He was a courtesy officer for the apartment complex where he lived. And that's typical. You'll see officers live in different apartment complexes and they'll do security for them.
He appears very young, and he is young. He was in his early 20s. Miles grew up here. He went to school here in Gwinnett County.
Me and Miles Bryant grew up since I was in elementary school. We were best friends. He was kind of nerdy. He wore glasses. He liked me. He wasn't my type. So I just kind of threw him into the friend zone.
Miles played football at Burkmore High School. He was a running back.
His number was 23.
He would post highlight videos of himself to his Huddle account. He's an ROTC in high school. He joins the Army National Guard. Miles was very proud of his National Guard service. He posted photos of himself in his uniform on social media.
He always wanted to be a police officer.
Detective Carter began to review that report of the missing weapon, believing that it was very possible somebody had stolen this gun and used it to abduct Susanna.
What's up, man?
Hey, Mr. Bryant.
You're probably getting slammed. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
At that point, that's when we pull that body cam video on the gun reported missing.
So, yesterday, so I can't find my wallet, and then this morning I looked on my floorboard and the my Glock 19 holster.
Right.
So, oh, I hate to say it, I think I left my. They ain't smashed the window or nothing. Around, left my door unlocked.
Miles Bryant reports that from his personal vehicle, his own truck, his wallet is taken and his gun is taken.
I looked down this morning and saw my holster. I said, I can't find my wallet. My holster's there. My gun and holster is never separate, you know?
Okay. Anyway, I'll list it in the truck just to say it's out on the report.
Yeah. I don't really care about, you know, the detective, stuff like that. I just want to get on.
We found it very odd that Mr. Bryant would not want detectives to follow up on a stolen gun report.
Hey, I just want to document this, but you don't need to send it to detectives. You don't need to investigate that. That's unheard of.
If you need anything, hit me up. I'm more than willing to talk to you.
Cool, man. Appreciate it, bro.
Hey, hopefully you find your wallet. It's not actually...
Yeah, I know.
When the police department discovered that he was a police officer, they didn't want to believe that he was necessarily involved in this, but at the same time, it was very difficult to figure out and to think about how his gun could have ended up in the woods where Susanna was last located, 22 miles away from where he lived.
I was like hardcore at that point. We need to talk to this person because they're definitely going to have information or some kind of involvement.
We're literally talking to everyone here, so we got no leads, man. We're just trying to...
Myself and Detective Carter went and got the dental records for Susanna. The medical examiner was able to match them up and actually told us that it was Susanna. Me and Carter, we just sat there and cried for about 10 minutes because we didn't want to believe that it was her.
We're about to go make death notification to the family. I'm not looking forward to it, but it has to be done. break the horrible news. Do you guys want to go inside for a second? Yeah.
I remember going to my mom's house to wait for the police, so I know Biggers and Carter were coming, and then that's when they informed us that they had found her remains.
And I was like, what? They found my sister.
I remember just hearing my mom screaming. And I was in shock. I was like, that can't be true. Like, that can't be true.
Our mom literally just fell to the ground. Her soul just left her body. It was the hardest thing that I've ever done, and to this day, it's still, obviously you can see that it still sticks with me.
La peor noticia que le mata uno como madre desde que Susana desapareció. Yo siento que no hay alegría en mi corazón. Amo a mis hijas, pero algo se murió dentro de mí.
Unfortunately, because of the way the body was disposed of, we have no indication of what happened to Susanna.
But what the medical examiner also determined very quickly was that there's also absolutely no evidence of any clothing that had been on Susanna prior to her being left there. And that was significant because with an accidental death, it would be very unlikely, nearly unheard of for Susanna to not be dressed, to not be clothed. And so that immediately told us that we suspected this was a homicide.
Investigators in Gwinnett County just told us human remains found along Highway 316, that's in Gwinnett County, are those of a 16-year-old girl who disappeared in July.
I remember Carter promising me that she would find out what happened and who did it.
Looking at Miles, we're kind of wondering, what his involvement may have been. Is he a true victim and had his gun stolen, and whoever stole it is responsible, for maybe taking Susanna, or is this a ruse to distance himself from his gun being located out in the woods where the remains were found?
They then obtained a search warrant for Mr. Bryant's cellular phone records.
We just got phone records back on our suspect. He is in the wood line at 1 a.m., which is 3 hours later after Susanna goes missing.
Now, Miles Bryant was a police officer. He had two phones, a personal cell phone and a work cell phone. Both phones put him in that location, and he's in the same location at the same time as Susanna's remains.
Oh, I wanted to go arrest him. I wanted to go arrest Miles right away. I wanted to leave that night and go get him because it was alarming. I'm like, he's in a position of power. I'm like, we can't just leave him like this. But this is a cop involved in this. We need to make sure we handle this correctly.
I went out there and just waited for him to walk outside, and we just approached him asking for his help for our investigation on Susanna.
Hey man, what's up? You doing all right?
We're just out here, we're trying to look for anybody helping us out with the missing girl. Oh. Yeah, you're the courtesy officer or something? Yes, sir. Cool, man. You know anything about that? Yeah, no, I don't.
Miles's response to the information he had about Susanna was a little surprising. He should be more informed with what's going on in his complex if he's a good courtesy officer.
You got some time for us to come up to our headquarters and just talk about what you see on a daily basis and stuff like that?
Yeah, so at that time, there was no arrest warrants for Miles, so he really needed to come voluntarily. So we kind of just urged him that we needed his help.
Yeah, does that have to be today? Yeah.
Yeah.
Now? I have to go meet my girlfriend and not work with her. Okay. What time's work at? 4? Yeah, it should be. We're literally talking to everyone here. We got no leads, man. We're just trying to document everything. That's all we are. Yeah, no problem. Okay? You can get up front seat, all right, man?
Oh, yeah, we'll get you up there. Knock this out.
We don't put him in the back of a patrol car. We actually let him sit up front in the police car, trying to make him feel comfortable, make him see, hey, we're just police officers, one-on-one, friends, talking to each other.
So we brought Miles up here. He sat in this chair here, and we interviewed him.
Hey, how you doing?
In the interview room, we have seats where we put certain people. Like where detectives sit, where suspect sits. We let him sit in a detective seat. We didn't change anything. We wanted him to be as comfortable as possible.
I'm Detective Carter. I'm leading on this, how to get a lot for this case. So I gotta start working a little bit more.
So Detective Carter obviously wanted to build a rapport with him. They're both working for the same goal, trying to accomplish the same thing, and that's find a missing girl.
Have you ever seen her? She used to be over there quite a bit.
Okay. I recognized the picture. I recognized it.
So the initial plan for the interview, again, just go in there, be relaxed, ask him very open-ended questions. I asked him about his gun. Have you heard anything about the gun? And I played dumb.
I know that your gun was stolen. Do you know if it was located or anything yet?
No, I've heard anything.
I haven't run it yet. We probably need to check that.
And then at one point when I think I got as much information as I probably could get from him with just being super casual, I dropped that one bomb.
Basically, my sergeant did confirm, so we did find your gun. Actually, yeah. You watched the news, you know we found Savannah. But there was actually a gun found out there too.
For real?
Yeah. You've been shaking.
Yeah, it's crazy, you know?
I
told you were coming up here, you know, we wanted your help and everything, and your hands were shaking in my car. All right, that's not bad.
We had not disclosed prior to the interview with Mr. Bryant that we had found a firearm near Susanna's body. So he learned that for the first time sitting there in the interview room.
That's crazy. I found my gun.
And it's the same serial number. He just verified it.
It's crazy.
I know. So help me walk through it a little bit. Do you know where she was found?
316 somewhere.
At that point, when I told him we found his gun, he does start shaking a little bit more.
That's crazy. I found my gun.
So
You think it's involved?
I mean, that's a crazy coincidence.
Yeah.
Because I think it got stolen from you the same day, so it's probably someone that was walking around out there.
Yeah.
So try to think hard with me.
Did you know her at all? Around? Nothing? Nothing at all.
Look, your gun was found there.
Yeah.
You know how this goes. We have to do like this, that, and the third to do everything. Which we did. We did our due diligence. Yeah. So I did get your phone record.
Mm-hmm.
So I knew you were already up there.
Mm-hmm.
So you were there for a little while.
So once Miles was confronted with the phone records, he changed his story to say that he got in this crazy chase fight with his girlfriend.
Yeah. Oh, God, I remember that part. She tried to chase me. My girlfriend tried to chase me with her car. Yeah, I mean, I was driving around. I was driving, and I remember I was driving, and I was still in our area. I remember I was driving. She tried to chase me. Yeah, like the Jerry Springer episode. Yeah.
His story went from there's no reason I would be there, I'm never there, to, oh yeah, actually I was there. And I stopped and pulled over, and I was on the phone.
Going up towards Lawrenceburg, I think, oh man, that sounds bad. It is over around 316.
I mean, you're saying that's bad. I mean, Lawrenceville's big. You're saying that's bad. You mean the area where...
Yeah, because, I'm gonna be honest, I'm a police officer, okay? So
yeah.
My gun was found in that area, you know, technically was in that area, stuff like that, you know. So, I mean, it sounds bad, but man.
Miles ultimately, says that he admits that he was out there. He kind of has to because his phone put him out there, but he said he doesn't get out of his vehicle, doesn't do anything in the woods.
Why were you in the woods?
I wasn't in the woods.
You were in the woods.
I was not in the woods.
You were. You're not helping me out much, man.
I know.
Interviewing him was just so frustrating because this poor girl didn't deserve this. Like, she didn't. And I just wanted him to take responsibility and actually tell us what happened instead of deflecting and trying to say that he had nothing to do with it. So I say, okay. I'm like, this isn't working with me. I said, fine, we're gonna take a break. He's not gonna come off with it. You wanna try?
No.
Maybe it's because I'm a female, because he doesn't respect females.
We decided, we were kind of running into dead ends interviewing Miles, and that's when me and Sergeant Poppy decided to come in and just get more aggressive with him.
Sergeant Poppy, I'm Carter's supervisor.
A confession was going to be huge in this case because without a manner of death, we needed Miles to tell us how he killed her. We just decided to take an aggressive approach and just tell him that he was essentially just full of.
And at the end of the day, you can't give us any information on why your gun is there and why you're there for an extended period of time.
In the same spot that her body was found.
I don't know. I was by myself the entire night besides when my girlfriend was chasing me.
That's not a good answer. And your girlfriend's gonna tell us she was chasing you that night.
Yeah, she remembered.
I then speak to his girlfriend on the phone to confirm whether she was chasing him that night or not.
Quick question. You said you caught him cheating that night. You weren't chasing him?
But she said she never chased him.
Oh, your girlfriend says absolutely not. She did not chase you that night.
She did not chase me?
That's what she
I
said.
swear.
So I even, told Miles that I thought he was, lying about his gun being stolen, telling him that he was trying to distance himself from the crime, and he just denied everything.
I think you dropped your gun. She could find it. You gave up and left.
No.
You didn't even want a detective assigned to your case. You told the officer, you don't even have to investigate this. Because if we investigate it, we're gonna find it, and it's gonna be near a dead body that you killed.
No.
You can say no. I don't hear that word from you no more.
You don't represent this badge at all, or this country.
So, dude.
I was hoping talking to Miles about, honor, pride, integrity might tug on his, conscience a little bit, because people get into law enforcement for the right reason, and I was hoping maybe that would strike a chord in Miles, but unfortunately it didn't.
Honor, integrity, sacrifice. You're none of those.
And unless you could provide us with that thing that's gonna say it's not you, but you haven't done that.
What do y'all want? I'm telling you everything I got.
Yeah.
All right, man.
You'll be charged. We'll be back in a couple minutes.
You know why, bro? I should have stayed home instead of driving around, man.
We tell him, look, dude, you're under arrest.
Go ahead and stand up for me. Yep.
We get his phone, we get his passwords, and he is transported to the jail.
Oh, can't, bro. I cannot go to jail. I have career.
At that time, because we weren't 100% sure on the cause of death and we were still looking for additional evidence, we charged him with false report of a crime. You can't just go to a judge and say, well, I just know it, I just feel it. We have to come with some evidence.
We started investigating Miles Bryant's past, and there starts to be a bunch of weird behavior with women.
We began to realize who Mr. Bryant really was under the surface, and it was this repeated pattern, all involving young women.
I was very scared for my life.
Suffering from dry, tired, irritated eyes? Don't let dry eyes win. Use Systane Pro. It hydrates, restores, and protects dry eyes for up to 12 hours. Systane Pro. Triple action dry eye relief.
ESPN presents the Stanley Cup Playoffs, the most exciting playoffs out there. A 2-month roller coaster filled with sudden death overtimes and good old-fashioned chaos. Unbelievable! Every shift matters, every series is a statement, and everyone gets their shot at the cup. Scores! The Stanley Cup Playoffs, presented by Geico. Continue on ABC, ESPN, and the ESPN app.
The funeral was very surprising, seeing a lot of community together. A lot of people out there supporting our family.
Yo creo de que cada uno de nosotros tenemos una reflexión en este día.
And that quinceañera dress was the one she was buried in.
Sí, ese vestido decidí ponérselo sobre sus restos. Y ya le puse su vestido y con ese se fue.
All I could do was cry and cry. The most emotional part about the funeral was hearing my mom cry out justice for Susie to the Lord.
Susana Morales' family got a call from investigators just hours after laying her to rest Monday.
¿Y cuándo fue la primera vez que oíste el nombre Miles Bryant? The first time you heard the name Miles Bryant?
Estábamos nosotros terminando el servicio de sepultarla cuando recibimos la llamada que tenía noticias para nosotros. Y fuimos a la oficina de la policía y ahí fue la primera vez que escuchamos el nombre de él.
22-year-old Miles Bryant started the day as an officer with Doraville Police. Now he's behind bars, off the job, and linked to the disappearance of a dead teen.
I got search warrants and conducted forensic downloads on his cell phones and then began reviewing that data. I was able to show and put him out there based on his activity logs on his cell phone.
Like how quickly are you moving your steps and stuff like that? At 1:20 a.m., he traveled 381 meters, 1:31, 140 meters, 1:41, 373 meters.
Technology is amazing. In a cell phone, you can see how many steps somebody takes. You can see their heart rates, get their locations.
Do you know where she was found?
So when Miles told us he was just sitting in the truck.
Yeah, do you ever go in the woods and stuff out there?
In the woods, no.
He was actually dumping Susanna's body in the woods and then losing his gun and freaking out because he can't find his gun because it's pitch black out there.
So that's him running around.
Where's my gun?
Yep.
Looking for his gun.
It's interesting that those phone records put him at that remote location where the remains and gun are found twice. The nighttime when Susanna goes missing, and then the next morning. Our theory is that he goes back to the woods. We assume he's looking for the gun that he dropped.
So we also got like his Google search history. He is on Google zooming in on the wooded area where he leaves her.
Safari searched for how long does it take a body to decompose.
Bike drop.
The man arrested last week for the death of 16-year-old Susana Morales is now charged with her murder. 22-year-old former Doraville police officer Miles Bryant now faces charges of felony murder and kidnapping.
It's disheartening when you think that a police officer would be involved in something as heinous as this situation. It is an affront to what these officers do on a daily basis.
We went to arraignment. We entered a plea of not guilty.
They didn't do their job. They didn't do their due diligence.
I think there were some feelings from many in the community that the police didn't care about Susana, about her being missing because she was Hispanic. And while I didn't feel that way, and I don't think the police felt that way, I think that was a feeling in the community at the time.
It was still 7 months of us looking for her, 7 months of us worrying about her. I feel like if we could have found out sooner, that would have been a little more helpful for us, that maybe we could have buried her body and not just her bones.
Chief McClure defended his department.
Again, this case was immediately assigned to an investigator, and they began following up on leads trying to locate Susana.
When I was looking into Miles, I located a lot of documented history and encounters we had with him where it seemed like he kind of targeted women.
Me and Miles Bryant were friends from 5th grade all the way up to 10th grade. We kind of stopped talking a little bit, but then after graduation, he hit me up to start talking again. He was asking me about his ex-girlfriend a lot. And I kind of got like an icky feeling.
Laisha Bates told him, I don't want to deal with you anymore. And he just wouldn't take no for an answer on that. He continued to reach out He continued to follow her around, show up at her apartment, try to break into her apartment.
Covering his face and pulling on the door handle, then again knocking. This happened nearly 5 months after Gwinnett police say Bryant dumped the naked body of Morales in July.
My neighbor's ring cam captured 2 times Miles Bryant showing up to my home uninvited. It freaked me out. When I called Doraville's department, I spoke to the chief, and the chief was telling me that he'd speak to Miles and give me a call back.
So his superiors start investigating that. Bryant says that he only did that because she posted something he found strange on social media, so he went by her house to check about her well-being.
And Doraville just writes it off as a misunderstanding between 2 people, but they do tell him not to have any more contact with Alicia Bates. When you look at it in light of what came out in relation to the Susana Morales case, however, it's very concerning.
I was very scared for my life. I felt like everything was against me as far as the odds, just the fact that he was a cop.
Mr. Bryant lived 2 lives. On the surface, he was a well-respected police officer, but then on the other side was this dark and hidden secrets.
We, in the DA's office, we all looked through his body cam footage. There was a call located where he responded to a missing juvenile.
So somebody picked you up in what?
In that video, he basically described what he's basically done to Susana, which is very scary.
We're doing a missing person, then we found your body out there in the woods. Then what?
Miles Bryant, an ex-cop now on the other side of the law, accused of kidnapping and murdering 16-year-old Susana Morales.
We have yet to hear why prosecutors think the former police officer would abduct the teenager and kill her. They did say that he is accused of trying to dump her body in a wooded area. Reporting live in Gwinnett County, Courtney Francisco, Channel 2 Action News.
This was a high-profile trial. The courtroom was packed, a lot of family and friends, and it involved a police officer, so you can imagine the interest is really high.
He was supposed to serve and protect. Instead, he abused the law. He is a cop who turned into a killer.
Unfortunately, because of the way Miles Bryant dumped Susana's body, we didn't have evidence to prove a cause of death.
I thought it was important for the jury to understand that it's his fault that we don't have that.
The defendant doesn't get to escape justice because he's good.
Our strategy was basically to try to get the jury to see that it was basically a speculation as to what really happened that led to the death of Miss Morales.
We do know that Miles left her in the woods. We don't know if she was unconscious at that time or if she was dead. We don't know that he did anything to her to cause that.
He might have lured her in, through the use of a badge or gotten her in the vehicle somehow, but very quickly I think he incapacitated her and ultimately murdered her. And as the courtesy officer there at the apartment complex, he had run into Susana and had seen her along with her friends.
Do you swear?
Susana's friend Alyssa testifies at the trial that they had met Miles Bryant before at the apartment complex.
The defendant, Miles Bryant. Have you seen him before?
We all knew it was a cop in our neighborhood.
Had you ever had any personal interactions with the defendant before Susana disappeared?
Yes. He came with his backpack and he had a drink with him and he had little shot cups and he had edibles and stuff. And he asked how old I was, and then when I told him my age, he still wanted to talk to me but didn't talk to me because of my age. So he knew not to drink with me, but he wanted to drink with me before he knew my age. But he still offered the edibles.
And Susana was with you?
Yes. He offered us to give us a ride to get pizza, but we said no because we're underage, you're grown.
How old were you back in July of 2022?
I was 17.
Too young to drink, correct?
Right.
It proved to us a connection. There was some time when Mr. Bryant had seen Susanna before, even though he claimed to never have seen her.
Prosecutors were painting a picture of Officer Creepy. His employment record was strong evidence that he had some questionable encounters.
I'm going to show you what Martha States Exhibit 6.
Prosecutors showed the body camera footage of Miles Bryant telling a 13-year-old what could happen to her if she runs away from home.
A mom had reported her 13-year-old daughter was missing. And he is there taking the information. While he's there, this young 13-year-old girl comes back.
Miles starts talking to her and says, pretty much narrates what I believe he did to Susanna.
Something was happening to you. We're doing a missing person, then we find your body out there in the woods. Then what? Nowadays, people don't care. People are my size, big, and just come snatch you up. You can scream, you can shout all you want. They're going to throw you in the back of the van and go take you, and your parents will never see you again. And there's nothing you can do. You can't fight it.
It was definitely disturbing.
Here he is interacting with another young Hispanic female, a teenager, and scaring her.
You got a cell phone?
No.
No? See, little something happened out there. What you gonna call?
And this was a couple months before Susanna ever went missing.
And it was almost this premonition that he had put thought into this.
It's ridiculous that he would use his position in order to prey on young women.
Emotional testimony today in the trial of a former police officer.
I had prepped a lot for this trial because it meant so much to me, and I didn't want to be the reason anything messed up. So I was very, locked in and focused. So I get up there, and then the emotions just start coming. Detective Keshler was communicating with me and telling me that they believed it was going to be, a Hispanic teenage girl.
That's all the questions I have.
District?
I don't have any questions, ma'am. Thank you.
The defense attorney in this case doesn't really challenge a lot of the things that are said about Miles Bryant, and she doesn't call any witnesses. There's still one person we're all waiting to hear from, however.
Mr. Bryant, do you swear or affirm that testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Can't get enough 2020 true crime? This podcast is for you.
Join me for 2020 The After Show, wherever you get your podcasts.
Get exclusive audio you won't hear anyplace else. New episodes drop every Monday.
The ex-cop plans to testify in his own defense.
When the defense attorney says we're going to hear from Miles Bryant, that was a big bit of news for us.
Miles Bryant is the only one who was in those woods. Susanna's mom and family could finally get answers.
He told us he didn't do this.
Look at him. Nothing to do with this, so.
If he wanted to take that back, he needed to get up on the stand and say it.
Are you aware that this is the only time you can testify during your trial?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you personally, Miles Bryant, want to testify or not?
No, ma'am.
He didn't take the stand, so everyone waiting with that bated breath, how he can explain himself. They did not get that at all.
He's a predatory monster with a badge. I'm asking you to find him guilty.
Is there any evidence of malice in murder? There is not.
When we were waiting for the verdict, it was like 8 p.m. and we were there. It seemed like forever, to be honest.
Tonight, we learned the fate of the former police officer accused of killing this teenager, Susanna Morales.
The judge is given the paper. She's reading it. I swear it's like in slow-mo. It takes forever.
Count 1, malice murder. We, the jury, found the defendant guilty.
And as soon as she said guilty to malice murder, I knew at that moment we had him. The guilty on malice murder was going to send him to prison forever.
Miles Bryant found guilty of malice murder, kidnapping, felony murder, and false report of a crime.
I felt maybe just like a little bit of relief that he wasn't going to be able to walk away free from what he did.
I would like to know from Miles Bryant, why did he do it? What did my sister do to him to deserve such a death?
I don't think they're ever going to get those answers. I think they'll have to live with an understanding that we got the right person.
Susanna's family is able to give the victim impact statements. Then Miles is asked, does he have anything to say?
I just want to apologize to everybody and to the victim's family.
He says sorry. He just gives some, he should have just been quiet.
No, I didn't care about his apologies, to be honest, because we still had that unknown of what happened that night.
The judge then sentenced Bryant to life in prison without the possibility of parole.
You moved from that house?
Yeah.
Do you still wait for her?
Sí. Era mi bebé.
She was your baby. How often do you think about her?
Todos los días. He aprendido a caminar y a sonreír, a seguir, pero el dolor. Solo digo al Señor, Señor, a veces le grito, ¿cuándo vas a quitar este dolor que siento?
The video of Susanna singing the song Location on the ukulele is one of my favorite videos to look back on.
So won't you say me your location, let's focus on communicating.
My last memory was I got on her bed and I was like, Susie, I love you so much. And I hugged her and she was like, I love you too. And I think that was the best experience and last experience I had with her.
I want her to be remembered by her laugh, because she was a beautiful girl, and at the end of the day, she was just a sister, a daughter, a friend, and that night, she was on the way home, and nobody had the right to take that away from her. She was on the way home.
We should note tonight that Miles Bryant's motion for a new trial has been denied. He's now appealing that decision to the state Supreme Court.
David, for more on Susanna's case or similar homicide investigations, you can check out the first 48 Thursdays on A&E. That's our program for tonight. Thanks for watching. I'm Deborah Roberts.
And I'm David Muir from all of us here at 2020 and ABC News. Good night.
Hey, it's Lisa Ann Walter. My new comedy special, It Was an Accident, is now streaming on Hulu.
I'm pissed off so often lately. If I had known we were headed toward...
At DSW, we ask the important questions, like, what shoes are you going to wear? Whether you're prepping for wedding season, festival season, or just planning the ultimate vacay, the right shoes can make or break an RSVP. So own the moment. You've got big plans, and we've got just the shoes. At the perfect price, of course. Get ready to get ready with Designer Shoe Warehouse. Head to your DSW store or DSW.com today and let us surprise you.
We all belong outside. We're drawn to nature, whether it's the recorded sounds of the ocean we doze off to or the succulents that adorn our homes. Nature makes all of our lives, well, better. Despite all this, we often go about our busy lives removed from it. But the outdoors is closer than we realize. With AllTrails, you can discover trails nearby and explore confidently. With offline maps and on-trail navigation, download the free app today and make the most of your summer with AllTrails.
We've all been angry at people that we loved. And I think we've all probably done things that we wish we could take back or regret.
Beverly Hills 911, what is the address of your emergency?
October 10th, 2017, the Beverly Hills Police Department received a 911 call of an unattended death.
Lisa, mother
unconscious.
She's found on the floor by her son and daughter.
Violet Jacoby was a 67-year-old widow whose husband had passed a year earlier. She was living in that house. Alone. It was a nice house.
No one had heard from her that day, which was uncommon. Daniel Jacoby.
Brought to you by the Capital One Saver Card. With Saver, you earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining, entertainment, and at grocery stores. That's unlimited cash back on ordering takeout from home or unlimited cash back on tickets to concerts and games. So grab a bite, grab a seat, and earn unlimited 3% cash back with the Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
When you manage procurement for multiple facilities, every order matters. But when it's for a hospital system, they matter even more. Grainger gets it and knows there's no time for managing multiple. Grainger.
She was shot while she was getting into the vehicle.
So this is an execution?
That's what it appeared. She was discovered by her boyfriend.
There's very distinct things that you're doing that are not normal.
She was a manager at FedEx. She came to me, she was crying. She felt that people were harassing her.
She had complained about it to management, and what?
She said that nothing has been done.
I'm like, oh my God, one of those boys at work did this to her.
Did you ever want something romantically with her? No. Did you shoot Morgan Fox? No.
One manager had it bad for her. He really wanted to date her.
You're wondering how, who, where, and why.
We found close to 100 pictures taken off of Morgan's Instagram without her knowledge.
Panic rushed over my body. Every single red flag came out.
Let me guess. This is all a big mistake.
A young mom gunned down in the dark of night. Even darker, the killer's secret obsession. I'm Lester Holt. This is Dateline. Here's Josh Mankiewicz with Breaking Point.
Here's the thing about working in America. You put a bunch of people in an enclosed space. Tell them to work as a team, shoulder to shoulder. Add in some deadline and performance pressure. And a couple of things are sure to happen. They'll start to rate each other. Who's good? Who's lazy? Who's cute? He was significantly into her.
Yes.
You could tell.
You could tell.
They'll start to date each other. It's unavoidable.
She met a guy at work. He was super sweet and super kind.
And sometimes they'll start to hate each other. That's when management usually steps in.
I went straight up to the supervisor, and I was like, he's bothering me again.
Some things companies just can't predict. Some things they can. Like the dependability of an employee like Morgan Fox.
Morgan, she was great. She was fun to work with. She was genuine and very much a hard worker.
Always there as her shift started, except on the morning of October 28th, 2020.
Quite a few people were asking, like, hey, has anybody seen her? Has anybody talked to Morgan today?
Morgan worked the early shift at this FedEx ground sorting facility in North Canton, Ohio. Nikki Watkins was her coworker.
Everybody's radioing, like, no, I haven't talked to her. Has anybody tried calling? Maybe try calling her mom.
Because this was so unlike Morgan, people got concerned pretty quickly.
Very quickly. And then we kind of ended the shift with, it was a no call, no show. Maybe she just slept in.
It turned out Morgan had not just slept in.
911, you need police, fire, or medical help.
What her coworkers didn't know was that at about 6:30 that morning, Morgan's boyfriend Jason called 911.
Medical. I mean, I'm pretty sure my girlfriend's dead.
What makes you say that, sir?
I came out. I got up for work. I came out, looked outside, I seen a car out here. I came out here and she's laying in her front seat, unresponsive, very cold, covered in blood. Looks like her head is bleeding from behind. I don't know if she fell or if she got bashed.
If you think he sounds a little less than frantic, you are not alone.
You want to try CPR, or do you think she's... You don't feel a pulse at all, sir?
I don't feel a pulse at all.
When you get here, officers are already here. Paramedics are here.
Yeah.
Stark County Sheriff's Office Sergeant Craig Kennedy supervised the investigation.
Her car's parked right here in the driveway.
And she's still in it?
So partially she slumped into the driver's seat with one foot still out on the ground.
Door still open?
Door was still open, and there was some remnants of some food wrappers that appeared she was taking items for lunch.
The passenger side window had been shattered. 29-year-old Morgan had been shot.
So she comes out the front door, gets in her car, somebody comes up from behind her.
Yes.
It's quick.
Yes.
And this is an execution. Like, there's no fight.
Correct.
Around 8 a.m., one of Morgan's family members noticed the law enforcement presence at the house and called Morgan's mom, Cindy, who at first was not worried. She had just chatted with her daughter at 1:30 a.m., about 6.5 hours earlier.
She's like, she should be fine.
Morgan's aunt, Chris Wilcop.
So then she started trying to call Morgan, and she couldn't get a hold of Morgan. And then she called Morgan's boyfriend and couldn't get a hold of him. So Cindy got in the car and drove over.
That's when she found out.
Yeah. When she got there, the police officer wouldn't tell her anything. Finally, a reporter screamed across the yard to her that she was dead. Somebody shot her in the head. That's how she found out.
That's not how that's supposed to happen.
No.
Yeah.
It is the kind of loss that, to this day, is hard for Morgan's family to accept.
Doesn't go away, does it?
No. It's like something that you only see on TV that never happens, to you.
To investigators at the scene, the time of Morgan's murder was starting to become clear.
She talked to her mother at about 1:30 in the morning. She had to be at work at 2:30, so this was around 2 a.m.
All right, so 2 a.m. when she would normally leave for work.
Correct.
Answering the question of why she was killed was going to be a lot more complicated.
Anything of hers stolen?
When we looked through, there was money laying in the console of the vehicle, and her purse was draped around her neck, so it didn't appear that anything was stolen.
Not a robbery, which meant someone wanted Morgan Fox dead, and badly. The question now was who?
Nobody could think of any person that would have reason to do this to her.
When she came to me, she was crying.
Detectives would uncover many potential suspects.
You didn't shoot Morgan?
No, absolutely not.
Did you love her? Did you want more?
There was nothing intimate.
Okay.
There was nothing sexual.
You think to yourself that could have been me?
Yes. I think it is a true definition of if I can't have her, nobody can.
Did you kill Morgan Fox?
Morgan Fox's stepsister, Cora Stonerock, had just put a roast in the crock pot that October morning when one of her other sisters let out a scream.
I'm thinking, what could be wrong? So I go downstairs, and she is completely ghost white, and she says, she's dead. And I'm like, who's dead? And she's like, Morgan. And I'm like, Morgan who? Like, because in my mind, there's no way that, like, our sister is dead. And I remember screaming at her, like, how? Like, what are you talking about? Why are you saying that?
Hearing that made little sense to Cora. Didn't then. Doesn't now.
I just cannot wrap my head around the fact that that's really how Morgan's story ends. Like, I just don't get it. I don't get it. How somebody so pure is just gone.
Cora and Morgan met when they were both about 7 years old. Morgan's mom, Cindy, married Cora's dad, and the two girls were suddenly siblings, blended together in a new family of 12 kids.
I mean, that can go one of two ways, right? You can suddenly be put in this house with this other girl your age, and you'll be like,
Yeah.
you know, who are you? Or
Yeah.
you can become great friends, and
Yeah.
you became great friends.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember literally meeting her and thinking, like, I just met my new best friend, and this is a friend that I get to live with, stay with. She doesn't have to go home. We get to share clothes. We don't have to return anything. She's just here with me all the time.
Cora says Morgan was fun and had a knack for getting them both into trouble.
I heard you TP'd a house once.
Yes, we have toilet papered a house, and Morgan thought it was a great idea to ring the doorbell and wake them up so that they could see our lovely TP job.
And she was also unflinchingly kind, especially to those who needed a helping hand.
The amount of animals that we brought home, the amount of trouble we got in on bringing said animals home, you know?
She didn't care.
No, not at all. Not at all. I remember we were set on starting a nonprofit to help animals.
To help broken-winged birds.
Yeah, we were going to have all the animals in the world, and we were just going to save everybody and give everybody a home.
And if she saw someone being wronged, she would stand up for them. And if she thought she was being wronged, she would say something.
Yeah, yeah. Morgan was very loud. You know, that's something she didn't hold back on. That was her beliefs. If she stand on it, she stood on it, and she was going to let you know about it.
Morgan grew up quickly, pregnant at 20. She had a daughter, Amelia, Emmy for short. Morgan raised her as a single parent. When she landed an entry-level job as a package handler at FedEx, that was good news for a working mom.
And working at FedEx was a big step up from what Morgan had been doing before.
Yes, because she had had a lot of server jobs, so this was something that she seen as an opportunity to better herself and her life for her and her daughter.
Inside the FedEx facility, Morgan quickly made an impression. Within 2 years, she was promoted to manager. Her coworker, Nichole Hanna, saw Morgan's value.
She didn't tell someone what to do. She would get into trucks and move packages, showing other package handlers how to actually do it.
Feels like exactly the kind of employee you want to hire and retain.
Absolutely.
Mickey Watkins started calling her Mary Poppins after Morgan helped her through a feminine hygiene crisis.
She was like, "What's wrong? Like, what happened?" And I was like, "I have no pads, nothing." And she goes, "Get somebody to cover my line," grabs this little backpack and shoved her whole arm in.
What'd she give you?
She gave me a pad, and she handed me a little small bag of Cheez-Its and a Hershey's bar, and then said, "Do you need a Powerade so that you can get back to work and be hydrated?"
That's a great manager and a good friend.
She was exceptional.
FedEx is also where Morgan met the man who made that 911 call, Jason Scarnecchia. Jason came out of the military and was a single parent, just like Morgan.
I remember her saying that she met a guy at work and that he was super sweet and super kind, and but he had a daughter. And I remember thinking, like, I know that you would be a good person for his kid too.
At first, they kept their relationship quiet. When it became public, they decided it was best for one of them to leave FedEx.
Both of them knew that they wanted to be together, so they agreed that Jason would get another job.
In July 2020, they moved into that house together, and Morgan started to dream about a future.
She really wanted to expand her family, you know? She wanted to own a house, get married, have more kids. She longed for that.
Only 3 months after moving in, Morgan Fox was shot dead in her driveway. Investigators found a .22 caliber bullet lodged in her car door, and they noticed something else.
When I look over here, there's actually a fresh set of tire tracks that had left indentations in the ground because it had been raining fresh mud had been flung all over the side of the fence.
As if?
As if someone had pulled out in a hurry and spun out.
So you're thinking that's your killer making a getaway?
Correct.
Investigators also talked with the neighbors, who surprisingly had not seen or heard anything at 2 a.m.
It's got to be dead quiet here at that hour.
It's a very quiet neighborhood. It's dark, not a lot of street lights.
Nobody hears a gunshot?
Correct.
Including her boyfriend, who's right here?
Yes.
Or at least that's what he says. He doesn't hear anything.
That's what he told us.
It's safe to say that wouldn't be the last eyebrow-raising thing about Jason Scarnecchia.
There's very distinct things that you're doing that are not normal.
A strange thing happens when you put off finishing your college degree. Maybe next semester. So save a new customer's destined for details.
Yeah, did not follow it.
When we spoke with Jason, he wasn't super upset. He didn't exhibit signs of being hysterical or anything like that.
And he sounds pretty calm on that 911 call.
He was pretty calm on the 911 call.
She's bleeding from her head?
It looks like it, yeah.
But we kind of kept in mind people handle stress differently.
His lack of emotion was not the only thing that caught investigators' attention.
When we wanted him to come to the sheriff's office for an interview, he said that he wanted to get a pair of socks. And at that point in time, for scene preservation, we told him we couldn't just allow him to go through the residence, that we would retrieve them for him. And he decided not to wear any socks to the sheriff's office.
Suggesting he doesn't want you looking through his bedroom.
Correct.
Well, that must have made you sit up a little taller.
That's our first red flag.
Jason, my name's Craig Kennedy.
Within an hour, a sockless Jason was sitting face-to-face with Detective Kennedy at the sheriff's office.
How long you guys been dating? Or how long have you lived together?
Been dating since August of last year.
And how does he seem in that interview?
In the interview, he was relatively calm.
Jason walked the investigator through the previous 12 hours. He said he and Morgan had dinner at home. Then Morgan dropped off her daughter at her mom Cindy's house, where she sometimes slept when Morgan had to get up early for work.
So once she comes back home, what happens?
I was in the bedroom. She goes, "Hey, I need to use your laptop." And she's typing her email. I eat an apple. And I said, "Hey, all right, I'm going to bed." She goes, "Okay, I'll be in soon."
Jason said he went to sleep and was only half conscious when Morgan got out of bed around 1:30 a.m.
She goes, "I'm getting ready for work." I said, "Oh, okay, that's right." And then I went back to sleep.
Jason said he did not hear the gunfire that killed his girlfriend.
Do you sleep with earplugs in, anything like that? You guys sleep with the fan on, anything like that? No. You never heard any gunshots last night?
No, I didn't.
Jason said he woke up about 5 and at first did not notice anything unusual. Then he glanced out the window and saw Morgan's car still in the driveway.
I was like, okay, that's really weird. So I went to my room, put on some clothes, grabbed a flashlight and went out there.
That's when he said he found her.
I was like, kind of shook her head a little bit. I said, Morgan, you're like, are you awake? Morgan, hello, Morgan. I was shaking her a little bit, checked her pulse, checked her wrist. Couldn't find a pulse. And she was really cold. Ran inside, up to my bedroom, grabbed my phone, went outside, and called 911.
Is your relationship good with Morgan?
Absolutely.
No issues whatsoever?
We're fine. You know, we're blending a family, so perfectly fine. You know, there were challenges.
Investigators did talk to Morgan's mom, who indicated that they were having some struggles in their relationship.
Her mom paints a little less rosy picture of that relationship than the boyfriend does.
Correct.
Did you guys ever get physical with each other? No physical violence at all?
No.
Well, a text on Morgan's phone suggested that wasn't true. Morgan had gotten physical with him during a fight just 2 weeks earlier.
There was one text message that was in there where Jason indicated that he would never forgive Morgan for what she did, and ultimately that was because she had either pushed or swatted at him.
And even though Jason handed over his phone willingly, he hesitated when Detective Kennedy asked to access it.
You have a passcode on your phone.
I do.
You do. What's that passcode?
Do I have to give you my passcode?
This interview wasn't going well for Jason. Detective Kennedy told him exactly what he was thinking.
There's very distinct things that you're doing that are not normal. Okay? We call them red flags.
He asked why Jason had been so reluctant to let investigators look through his bedroom.
In the drawer above my sock drawer, I have a little bit of marijuana.
Okay. In the grand scheme of things, Jason, do you think I give two about a little bit of marijuana?
Just I give up, yeah.
I know. So, second question, what do you have on your phone that you're not real fond of?
I have nothing. I was just asking.
Okay, because the typical reaction during a homicide when your girlfriend, who you're in love with, I presume, is, what do you need? Whatever it takes.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
You didn't shoot Morgan?
No. Absolutely not.
Would you tell me if you did?
Yes, I would tell you if I did.
After the recording ended, Kennedy says, Jason broke down.
At the end of the interview, he did exhibit some emotions, which we would expect from someone that's kind of in shock, and after everything finally hits them.
So, was he telling the truth? Morgan's family believed he was.
I think that it's normal to think that, boyfriend, jealousy.
Something goes wrong in the relationship?
Yeah, absolutely.
Did you ever wonder about Jason?
I never thought it was really Jason Skardecchia. He cared too much about Morgan.
The Jason the family saw was devastated. Morgan's mom pointed sheriff's investigators in a new direction.
The first thing out of Cindy's mouth was, go to FedEx. FedEx is how this happened.
As far as investigators could tell, Morgan Fox was a woman with no enemies. There was no obvious place to begin the search for her killer. Except, according to her mom, maybe one.
The first thing out of Cindy's mouth was, go to FedEx. FedEx is how this happened.
FedEx, the job Morgan had been so excited to land. Her family says she had been happy working at the sorting facility for a couple of years. Then, everything changed. Some of her colleagues didn't like it when Morgan was promoted to manager.
I think it just put a big target on her back, and she was young. And I think that it just rubbed them the wrong way and kind of made a few people upset.
It wasn't just one person, it was a couple of people that were rubbed the wrong way.
Yeah.
Because this, young, attractive woman was suddenly in charge.
Yeah.
Detective Kennedy discovered Morgan's workplace had very quickly become the place where she was least comfortable.
She had recently been having some problems with other coworkers, male coworkers, that she felt she was being treated unfairly and harassed by.
What kind of behavior are we talking about?
It appeared that they were playing jokes on her by moving her chair, hiding items and taking clipboards from her desk.
Morgan's coworker Nichole says the warehouse wasn't exactly a comfortable place for women to work.
I mean, it's a warehouse, so you walk into a big building and you feel like, as a female, I felt small walking around, and then people staring and maybe making comments. So I know that Morgan experienced that because she actually told me, that people were making comments as she walked by or staring at her.
What picture emerged of the culture at FedEx?
Throughout our investigation, it actually appeared that harassment at that point in time in that facility was a common practice, especially from male coworkers towards women coworkers.
It was like a frat house.
Yes, correct.
Were you aware that men who worked there were jealous that Morgan had gotten that promotion to manager?
Oh, yeah, I knew that. There was quite a few people that made it verbally known that they did not like the fact that she was in that position. The one manager, he said she only got it because she was pretty. And I was like, okay.
3 weeks before Morgan was killed, she had apparently reached a breaking point. One of her coworkers took her personal cell phone. She didn't know who.
After she was looking around for her phone, it was just told to her that a group of guys had the phone, kind of like phone tag. Like, I don't have it, they have it. I don't have it, they have it.
She finally found her phone in the hands of a coworker she considered a friend, and it was unlocked. Morgan could tell someone had gone through it. In tears, she went to Nichole.
What was on the phone that made her so concerned?
She had said that they had looked at her personal phone and private pictures.
Right, and she felt violated by that.
She definitely felt violated.
Morgan told Nichole she had complained to management, but almost 2 weeks had gone by and she hadn't heard a response. What Morgan did hear was that she had violated the FedEx dress code.
She was given a form of the dress code so that she could be told she should be wearing khakis instead of leggings. And it seemed disgusting to me that she's asking for some resolution and she's instead getting reprimanded. She stuck up for herself and she said the dress code policy also says no ball caps and all of the male managers wear hats.
So that dress code was enforced for women but not for men.
Apparently.
Nichole was an administrator who sometimes advised employees on workplace issues. She had heard enough. On Morgan's behalf, she sent an email to FedEx's off-site Human Resources Department.
I explained about the phone, how nothing had been done. I explained the dress code incident where she's not to wear leggings and...
Anything come of that?
No. And she would ask me day to day, have you heard anything?
Morgan would ask you.
And I said, have you heard anything? And she didn't hear anything either.
As we know, Morgan Fox was not one to back down. She wrote her own email to HR after talking with Nichole one last time.
We had talked on the phone that evening, and I said, I think that HR needs to hear from you personally instead of getting the email from me.
Morgan hit send around 11 p.m. At 7:50 a.m. the next day, HR responded, asking to talk. Except by that time, Morgan Fox had been murdered in her driveway.
Were you thinking it was someone from FedEx?
I'm thinking, well, who would have done that? I was like, would somebody have taken her life? Like, would somebody get that upset over her complaint and really do that?
Investigators were wondering the exact same thing. And suddenly, they had a warehouse full of people to talk with.
So I'm going to ask you a very direct question. Did you shoot her in the back of the head?
After Morgan's murder, her Aunt Chris arrived in Canton. Morgan's mom, Cindy, was waiting for her in the front yard.
When I get there, and I get out of the car, and she just crumbles and starts crying. Cindy never cried, so it was really hard.
Cora drove in too, trying to prepare herself for what was coming.
I've never lost anybody besides grandparents, so I also, was like, I have to be strong. I'm gonna keep it together.
She failed to do that when she took Morgan's daughter to the house to pick up some clothes. The lunch Morgan had packed for work was still lying there on the pavement.
And I remember pulling up to the house and seeing the water bottle and the pot pie still in the driveway, and knowing that 36 hours ago, Morgan was still alive and standing right in that same spot and dropping those items because she was shot dead is something that I literally see in my sleep. It is something that sticks with me forever. And I hate it.
At the sheriff's office, investigators now focused on the FedEx workforce, of which Morgan had been part. In her complaint to Human Resources, she had named several co-workers. One of them was the guy Morgan found holding her phone, Jason McDermott.
When we first started looking at Jason McDermott, we did some social media searches, and we observed his profile picture was him posing with a cat. We looked at each other, and we were like, yeah, this isn't our guy.
Single guys with cats. Single men with cats don't commit murder.
Yeah.
Cat lover or not, they had to look into him. Jason McDermott was also buddies with Mickey Watkins. He'd helped her get the hang of the job.
What made you guys close friends?
Jason was a really good trainer. He knew how to be helpful and keep you going pretty much throughout the day. And he had the same interests as me. I wasn't a gamer, but my son was. So he could tell me stuff about video games, and that made me a better, cooler mom to my son.
Hey, Jason.
We ended up meeting with him, and he was very quiet, calm, almost nerdy.
I think you can help, yeah.
Okay.
Kind of helpful.
He was very helpful.
How did this nerdy cat owner describe his relationship with Morgan?
As best friends. He said that they talked to each other quite often, which we verified through their text messages to one another.
You guys get along good at work?
Mm-hmm. We were friends before she was the manager. Basically, when one of us was having like a bad day, we were the person that we would go to and like vent about that type of stuff.
Okay.
Like she's been having issues on the morning shift with a lot of people, so she was venting to me about that.
So I'm going to take you to an incident that happened a couple weeks ago. This phone incident. I know you already know what I'm talking about.
But yes.
Well, we have to talk.
I'm aware.
Jason explained what happened. He said he wasn't the one who originally took her phone. Jason said he found it in the hands of a coworker and got upset when he realized it was unlocked.
So the screen was open, I saw her was open, so I was obviously unhappy about that right immediately.
Then, instead of just returning it to Morgan, Jason admitted he did something stupid.
Upon taking it back up to my workstation, I let my emotions get the better of me. I made the dumbest mistake. I was sitting there like, all right, I want to know what the hell he was looking at. Mm-hmm. So I turned on her phone, and I regrettably looked through a few of her files. I saw one where she was in her bra and underwear, and I was like, okay. As soon as I saw that, I clicked out of it because like that wasn't our relationship. I panicked and closed everything on the phone, gave it back to her, and then I told her, hey, I found it like that.
Later, when he saw how upset Morgan was, he says his conscience got the better of him.
I admitted to her what I did, and she obviously wasn't happy about it, but I can't blame her for that either.
FedEx management did speak with Jason. They told him to respect the privacy of others, and that he would be fired if it happened again. Jason tried to apologize, but Morgan wasn't getting over it. She blocked him on social media.
His story believable?
Yeah, his story to us did make sense.
Still, the detective probed a little more into their relationship.
Did you ever want something romantically with her?
No.
You didn't?
No.
Do you have a girlfriend?
Currently, no.
You don't?
No.
He did say he had his eyes on someone else.
There's another girl that I'm interested in.
There's another girl that you've been talking to?
Her name is Mickey.
You've already met Mickey.
When he was being interrogated, Jason told police that he was interested in you. You ever get any sense of that?
I did get sense of that. I actually sent him a long text message and told him I'm not interested in that.
Then the detective got to the point.
So I'm going to ask you a very direct question. Did you shoot her in the back of the head?
No.
So your phone that you have, is that phone going to show you at all at Morgan's house last night?
No.
It's not?
No.
Where were you last night?
At home.
He stated that he was at home and he had never left home that evening. And he also had to get up for work at approximately 2:30 a.m. and he drove straight to work.
Does he willingly give you his cell phone?
Jason did willingly give us his cell phone to look through.
Which sort of by itself kind of says a lot.
Correct.
And sure enough, his alibi checked out.
You checked his cell phone tracking data.
We did check his cell phone data, and it showed that it never left his residence.
There's nothing like a good alibi to take you off the board. At the same time, Jason had a hunch as to who the killer might be.
Who was the first name that popped in your mind?
Colin.
He was one of the other guys Morgan thought might have swiped her phone.
Why?
Jealousy. Colin wanted her.
Okay.
Big time.
Every day on DonorsChoose.org, teachers ask for the books, supplies, and learning materials their students need. Because every day, teachers show up for their students. But who shows up for teachers? Show our classroom heroes the appreciation they deserve. Donate today at DonorsChoose.org/local.
At UTMD Anderson Cancer Center, we're raising the standard in cancer care. Our world-renowned researchers and subspecialized physicians work together to turn discoveries into life-saving treatments. Through the largest cancer clinical trials program, we bring the most innovative treatment options directly to our patients. At UTMD Anderson, we know cancer, inside and out. Choose us first at mdanderson.org.
If you're tired of spending hundreds on crazy high wireless bills, bogus fees, and free perks that cost you more in the long run, then a premium wireless plan from Mint Mobile for $15 a month might be right for you. All plans come with high-speed data and unlimited talk and text, delivered on the nation's largest 5G network. So ditch overpriced wireless and get 3 months of premium wireless service from Mint Mobile for $15 a month. If you like your money, Mint Mobile is for you. Shop plans at mintmobile.com/dateline. That's mintmobile.com.
Next facility where she had worked and
sales.
In the aftermath of Morgan Fox's death, the FedEx facility where she had worked and succeeded became where investigators hoped to do the same.
Suddenly, your workplace
is turned upside down
and is in the middle of a murder investigation.
Yes.
Anybody getting any work done that week?
Everyone's expected to, but no, it's really uncomfortable. For me, I was scared. I was afraid that maybe there would be retaliation against me.
Just because of you helping Morgan out?
Just because I had known what was going on.
On top of that, Michelle thought her bosses were angry at her for not doing more.
3 of them took me into the conference room and started grilling me about what's going on. And I said, I don't know. I told them the situation from my perspective of she came to me, she was upset, nobody was doing anything about the situation with her phone. I don't know what's happened, but
she's dead.
But she's dead. And I felt that they were blaming me, that they kept questioning me. And I told them that I reached out to HR and nothing had happened. So what? Why are you pointing the finger at me like it's my fault?
You have any theory of your own about what had happened? Did you think it was connected to FedEx?
Yeah, I knew there was a connection to FedEx, but my mind was open to many different people.
Mickey Watkins says the warehouse gossip revolved around one name.
What were people at work saying about who the killer might be?
They all thought it was Colin.
Colin is Colin McCauley, Morgan's manager, and one of the people she thought might have taken her phone. Mickey says it was not exactly a FedEx secret that he had a crush on Morgan.
She was a very pretty girl, long blonde hair. If we were back in high school, she was the head cheerleader that everybody wanted to get with. And she was kind on top of it. So he had it bad for her. He really wanted to date her.
That was Colin.
Yes. He tried and it just was like, no, I don't want that. I have a boyfriend.
Jason McDermott also told the sheriff's office all about Colin.
Who was the first name that popped in your mind when I said somebody shot her in the back of the head?
Colin.
Why?
Jealousy. Way back when, before she started dating Jason Skarnecchia, her current boyfriend, Colin wanted her.
Okay.
Big time.
Okay.
And he's obviously ever since been very upset that Jason won.
Adding to the speculation, Mickey says she didn't see Colin for a couple of days after Morgan was killed.
At some point, he comes back in.
Yes.
But he's different.
Definitely different. He came back and he looked depressed. And he always had his, had a snow cap on, like a hat. And then he'd have his hood up over it. And he wasn't talking to anybody. He wasn't doing what he normally did. He just looked, I'm here, I'm just going to work, and that's it, and be monotone.
Investigators sat down with Colin for an interview. It was not videotaped.
Colin was Morgan's direct manager.
He was.
Detective Brian Johnson assisted with the investigation.
Also one of the people she suspected of taking her phone.
Correct. He was.
And he also, pretty clearly at one time, had a significant crush on her.
He did. And that was clear in messages between him and Morgan as well. One thing he did tell us during his interview was that once he found out that Morgan was moving in with Jason Skarnecchia and it was serious, that he apologized to her and wasn't going to try and pursue a relationship with her.
Colin also denied ever taking Morgan's phone.
Colin did tell her that her phone was on one of the workstations. He said he moved it. That's all I did. He never went through it, and there was no video to show him taking her phone or browsing through it that we got from FedEx.
Anything in Colin's phone or text messages that made you think his story wasn't the same one you were being given?
There was nothing surrounding Colin that would give us any indication that he was involved in this.
He had messages with her that consisted of maybe going out for drinks or going out as friends. Once he learned about Jason Scarnecchia, that turned strictly to work-related conversations.
All of that seemed to clear Colin McCauley. There was another FedEx manager to talk with.
We would get together, have some drinks. It wasn't like her and I were dating.
He was not happy being questioned about Morgan's death.
After Morgan Fox's murder, her sister Cora and mom Cindy had to make arrangements. That's a very sterile word for planning someone's funeral.
Cindy said, we need to pick out what she's going to get buried in. And I should not be picking out the outfit that my sister, for her funeral, that shouldn't be happening.
It was the fall of 2020, the middle of the COVID pandemic. A difficult time for a lot of families to gather. Even harder to mourn.
It's the 6 feet rule. It's that we're only allowed in there for 20 minutes. It's that people aren't supposed to be gathering.
The service was open casket.
What I saw in that casket is also something that I can never unsee.
Her hair still had blood in it, and her mom showed me that. I'll never forget that.
And you're still thinking about it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It breaks my heart.
Morgan's 8-year-old daughter, Emmy, was there, and she carried something with her.
Emmy and her mom played a game, pretending like they would be sleeping, and the Vicks Vapo sticks, they would put it under their noses, pretend like, Emmy would wake her up. And Emmy took it with her to the funeral home, because she thought if she would wave that under her nose, she'd wake up.
It was a heartbreaking moment, and with Morgan's killer still at large, there was also an undercurrent of fear at the funeral.
To know that the person responsible is still walking the streets, you're not sleeping, you're wondering how, who, where are they?
And why?
And why?
Detectives were working to answer those questions, and they received a significant tip.
A person that wanted to remain anonymous claimed they worked at FedEx, and there were some rumors about Morgan Fox and David DiNardo having an affair. This person was claiming that that affair was the cause of David DiNardo's recent divorce.
David DiNardo was another manager at FedEx. Detective Johnson tracked him down at his sister's house, where DiNardo had been staying since his divorce.
He's not happy to see you.
Right, he was not happy with being questioned about Morgan's death. He was especially not happy about us taking his cell phone, especially his FedEx phone.
My name's Sergeant Kennedy, okay? Sure.
Yeah.
Detective Kennedy conducted the interview, and he did not pull his punches.
I don't care what's on your phone, other than the fact of whether or not you were having conversations, had some type of relationship with Morgan going on. What I'd like to do is get a consent from you to go through your phone. We have a little machine.
There's nothing on there. It got wiped 2 days ago.
You wiped it 2 days ago?
No, I was at my girlfriend's house.
Okay.
And my phone popped up and said, your fingerprint sensor doesn't work, type in your code. I did it 3 times, and it said erasing phone, and I wiped my phone totally out.
We ended up finding that there was information and data that had been cleared off of it.
Suspicious? Yeah. Except DiNardo offered an alibi.
Where did he say that he was when Morgan was killed?
He actually had been having dinner with some family members and then went to bed.
I mean, almost everybody's alibi is going to be, I was in bed, right?
Yes, at that time of night.
There was a glitch in DiNardo's alibi. He said his girlfriend was also at the dinner. Except his sister told detectives he didn't have a girlfriend.
Why would your sister say she has no idea about you having a girlfriend?
My sister?
That's what I'm being told. Does your sister know that you guys are dating, or would she just consider her a friend? Or does she know that you're dating?
No, she knows.
To Detective Kennedy, David DiNarda's story was not passing the smell test, the credibility test, or the alibi test. So he asked some very direct questions.
You've never had sex with her?
No.
Have you ever attempted to have
No.
sex? Have you ever talked to her about having sex?
Absolutely
Did she ever come on to you about having
No.
sex?
There was nothing intimate.
Okay.
There was nothing sexual. Last year, her and I hung out a couple times after work.
Okay.
We would get together, have some drinks. It wasn't like her and I were dating.
DiNarda stuck to his story about the night of the murder, saying he slept at his sister's, heading to bed at 11:45.
Did you ever leave your sister's house after 11:45
No.
last night?
No.
Did you shoot Morgan Fox?
No.
Would you have a reason to shoot Morgan
No.
Fox? She
No.
had nothing to do with your divorce?
Nothing. Morgan was my friend.
A follow-up investigation tracked with everything DiNarda said. That included his company phone, which was wiped clean by FedEx and had nothing to do with Morgan. Detectives also confirmed he did have dinner with his girlfriend at his sister's house on the night of the murder and did not leave until the following morning. They believed his sister did not want to mention her brother had a girlfriend so soon after getting divorced.
Is he being honest? Does everything line up with what he's telling us? And I think it did.
One by one, Morgan's coworkers sat down for unpleasant questions about their relationship with her and where they were when she was killed. None were happy about the experience, and one of them was lying. Detectives narrowed their focus.
He tried to play the hero with Morgan. Clearly that was all a lie.
At UTMD Anderson Cancer Center, our goal is to cure cancer. The best fresh lime juice.
Small fortune based.
Scary than anything a pagan ritual could generate. A young mom was dead. Her killer was on the loose. And Morgan was being remembered at a candlelight vigil, organized by her FedEx friends Mickey Watkins and Jason McDermott. Morgan's daughter Amelia was there, dressed in a trick-or-treat fox costume.
Her daughter ran to the side of my Yukon where Jason was, and they're hugging each other, and he's telling her, like, I'm so proud of you, you still did the fox costume, and your mommy would love to see that.
About 50 people attended, mostly coworkers, sharing their memories.
Sad occasion or happy occasion?
Both. It was, people laughed about the things that she did at work. She would hide behind boxes.
She'd jump out and scare you.
She'd jump out and scare you. That was her thing. It was just, I'm going to wake you up in the best way possible. Or she'd just come up and make funny comments to you. Or she'd come up and help you. So people talked about those moments, and in those moments, we could be happy. But then it came down to that realization that we're staring at a cross with her name on it. There's candles, and she's not coming out the door.
Jason McDermott later posted a long, loving tribute to Morgan on Facebook. He wrote, "It's so strange not having you around to talk to, and this has left a giant hole in my heart. You have left a lasting impact on all of our lives, and you will never be forgotten. Rest easy, Morgan."
The Facebook post rubbed me for sure the wrong way. I'm like, there's just no way. I don't even know this guy. Like,
because it was too familiar.
Yeah, like it was just like.
Because it sounded like it came from her boyfriend.
It sounded like her boyfriend, her best friend, somebody that's known her forever, to say that you are the light of my life. There's no way.
There was something else Cora had heard about Jason McDermott that bothered her. It happened less than 3 months before the murder, during Amelia's birthday party at Morgan's house. When people there mistook Jason McDermott for Morgan's actual boyfriend, Jason Scarnecchia, McDermott did not correct them. In fact, he totally went with it.
So it was like he was the Jason, like Morgan's boyfriend, Jason. And he was following Morgan throughout the house.
Like he lives there?
Yes.
And
like,
not the other Jason?
Absolutely. He introduced himself to my grandma and said, you know, hi, Grandma, I'm Jason. And he just totally played a role that wasn't there to be played.
It was Jason McDermott's behavior and the purple prose in that Facebook message that also made Detective Kennedy lean forward in the saddle.
Jason McDermott kept inserting himself to the front of that investigation, including the Facebook post that was kind of dramatic and to us was over the top.
Detectives took a closer look at Jason McDermott.
FedEx cooperated with you in this investigation.
They did. They gave us everything that we asked for.
That included security camera footage from the FedEx sorting facility.
What are we looking at here?
So we were able to get some videos from FedEx of Jason McDermott arriving to work the morning of the homicide.
Anything unusual about him on camera that day?
No, he walked in normal, clocked in normal, and it lined up with what he told us during his first interview.
When I look at Jason, I don't see somebody who looks particularly worried.
No, he's not distraught or anything in these videos. He walks in, it looks typical, like it would be any other day to him.
The sheriff's office got other videos from FedEx, including some from the day Morgan's phone went missing. And what those showed was a game changer.
And in here, you're able to see Jason working on the line here. That's not his phone in his hand there.
That's not his phone?
That's Morgan's.
Jason had admitted looking at Morgan's phone, but said it was just for a moment. The video shows him studying it, like it's the Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue.
He has Morgan's phone, and on different clips, he's going through it. So right here, he's going through it.
He's pretty clearly looking very carefully at her phone.
He is, and you'll also see throughout here, he's looking back, making sure nobody's watching him.
Morgan approached Jason and asked about her phone. That's when he handed it over.
Little did she know he was hiding behind boxes looking at it.
His story is, I was just trying to get your phone back. I was not snooping. But that's clearly not true from this video.
Obviously, video shows that that's completely untrue. He tried to play the hero with Morgan. Clearly, that was all a lie. He had her phone for almost an hour.
Jason had given detectives his phone without hesitation. What they found on it absolutely made them pause and think about his relationship with Morgan.
This guy wanted way more than just a friendship, and he was very infatuated with Morgan. There were times where he would obsessively send 3, 4, 5 texts in a row with no response from Morgan.
So he's pestering her. He won't leave her alone.
It appears that the relationship is more one-sided and that she's being nice to him as a friend and a coworker.
It was not a great look for Jason, but Mickey Watkins, who knew him very well, thought there was simply no way he played any role in Morgan's death.
You did not doubt him?
Nope, not one bit. That's my best friend. And we would talk for hours. He asked you about yourself. It wasn't just all about him.
For detectives, this investigation was becoming all about him. They needed to have another conversation with Jason McDermott.
This is a homicide investigation. This is as real as it gets.
The cell phone belonging to Jason McDermott started off as his alibi, proving he was at his home at the time of Morgan's murder. When detectives looked at what was on that phone, it raised a lot of questions. So they brought Jason back for a second interview later that same day. Detective Kennedy set the tone immediately.
There's some things that I am going to confront you on. Okay, point blank. Because there's a lot of you left out with me earlier.
In his first interview, Jason said he never wanted anything more than friendship with Morgan. His phone suggested something else.
So just from looking through you guys' text messages, I 100% believe that you're in love with her. 100% believe that. There's an infatuation there going on your end. Maybe not necessarily her end.
I never saw it as such.
Kennedy had already pressed Jason about the true nature of his feelings for Morgan. This time he pushed even harder.
You ever had sex with her before? Don't lie to me.
A while ago, yes.
Okay. This is not the time to be lying about
That's why I didn't.
This is a homicide investigation. This is as real as it gets.
I know.
You only had sex one time with her.
Yes.
Jason said sex with Morgan was, quote, fun, unquote, but not really a big deal. Hooking up, he said, was kind of his thing.
I have a few friends with benefits, yes.
Okay.
Jason said once Morgan started dating Jason Scarnecchia, he had no issues with returning to the friend zone with her.
Once you are not single, I'm not doing anything with you. That's always been my rule, and that's always will be my rule.
Detective Kennedy wasn't buying any of it, and came to believe Jason and Morgan were never intimate, that it was just his fantasy.
I don't believe it ever happened.
I'm guessing that after that second interview, you're no longer thinking that this is a harmless guy.
The course of the second interview changed because all flags that we were getting raised were all pointing towards Jason McDermott.
You search Jason McDermott's apartment.
Correct.
And his car.
Correct.
Jason's apartment was clean. His Ford Focus contained the whiff of a clue.
They wanted me to check it with my dog.
Michael Green was the sergeant in charge of the canine unit. He brought in Judge, a police dog trained to sniff out explosives.
He runs right up to the driver's side door. He then slowly moved down to right where the molding is, in between the seat and the floorboards. And as soon as he put his nose on that, he then sat, which is his alert.
Green says his canine partner was signaling the presence of gunshot residue.
Did Jason McDermott own a gun?
He did not. His father owned several firearms.
Jason's dad kept his guns in a basement cabinet. 4 of them were .22s, the same type of weapon used to kill Morgan.
Would Jason McDermott have access to that?
He would, because the key was just a couple feet away in a drawer. Jason McDermott went to their house the day before Morgan was killed, and then he also went the day of she was killed in the afternoon.
Guns from that cabinet were tested, and one came back as a possible match for that stray bullet found in Morgan's car. The lab could not say for sure, because that slug was too badly damaged. Undeterred, investigators looked at Jason's movements before and after Morgan's murder.
One of the things that Jason McDermott had told me was that he had stopped at a local gas station on his way to his parents' house.
It happened after Jason finished his shift on the day Morgan was killed. Investigators were able to get security video from that gas station. And what they saw became an enormous piece of their case. Jason was washing his car.
It's very unusual that someone takes their car through a car wash on a day that was pouring rain.
Oh, it was raining that day?
It was raining that morning.
Remember the tire tracks and the mud found on the fence at the crime scene. It wasn't a leap for detectives to think Jason's car left those tracks and got splattered in mud. Maybe his stop at the car wash was to get rid of that evidence.
He actually pulled up to the point where it washes the underneath of your car, backed up, and then went through that portion again, and then ran through the entire car wash.
So he made sure that the undercarriage of his car was washed twice.
Yes, that was a big indicator to us that we were on the right track with that guy.
And they were about to find someone with her own frightening story about Jason McDermott.
It's really nerve-wracking. I'm just living my life, and it's like, boom, I look over my shoulder, there you are, like, hello.
What they did to your family, you're lucky to make it out alive.
Streaming on
Teacher call. Stitch Fix. Get started today. Season to warehouse.
Watkins was doing her best to comfort her friend and coworker, Jason McDermott.
You spent a lot of time with Jason in those days after Morgan was killed.
Yes.
How was he doing?
He wasn't doing good at all. He wasn't eating.
He was, however, says Mickey, pondering some creepy questions.
At one point, Jason wants to know what a .22 will do if you fire it into someone's head.
He asked me about a .22, a 9, and a .45.
The difference between the wounds caused by those three kinds of guns.
Yeah.
She says he was also curious about traffic cameras near Morgan's house.
Were they running all the time, or was it just when you were like committing a criminal infraction, like you're speeding or you blow the light? And I was like, I don't know.
Still, Mickey was certain he had nothing to do with Morgan's murder. That changed the day she was on the phone with Jason, at the exact moment detectives paid him a visit.
Hey, Jason, how's it going?
It's going all right.
You can hear this.
I can hear everything that's going on.
I just wanted to give you this. So,
what is that?
Another search warrant. So, what we're going to do, we're going to collect your DNA.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
Mickey, who had taken classes in criminology, knew what that meant.
Panic rushed over my body because I'm like, if they have a warrant, they have probable cause. It was like one push happened and every single red flag came out. Like, oh my God, this is what happened. He did it.
That afternoon, Mickey cut off all communication with Jason.
And I was terrified to do that because the last time somebody blocked him or didn't talk to him anymore, they ended up dead. So I went home and I sat with a gun in my living room and waited to see if he was going to show up.
All night?
All night. I did not sleep.
For detectives, one giant obstacle remained: an alibi that has gotten thousands of suspects off the hook ever since the digital age began. In modern criminal investigations, your phone's location is nearly always assumed to be where you are. And Jason's phone was definitely at his apartment at the time of the murder. Okay, so what about Jason's car?
We started just looking at traffic cameras going to and from Morgan's house.
Investigators scrolled frame by frame through hours of video. And then, there it was.
We did see a vehicle that we believed was Jason McDermott's vehicle.
Same kind of vehicle, same color.
Correct.
On the cameras, you can see a bent-up front license plate. You can also see two objects on his dash and hanging from his mirror.
And those are consistent with Jason's car?
They are.
And it's the right time?
It's exactly the right time that puts someone there at the time of Morgan's murder.
For prosecutors, it told a story. Jason McDermott's car on the way to Morgan's house in the minutes before her death. A week after Morgan Fox's murder, the sheriff's office arrested Jason McDermott for committing it.
And I remember feeling just so much relief. Like, there's no good to this. Nothing's gonna make it better, but knowing that he can't hurt Emmy was a huge relief for me.
That relief would soon be mixed with another emotion: anger. Because in the days after the arrest, Morgan's sister found something.
I saw a post on Morgan's wall from another girl that says, "I'm sorry this happened to you. I'm sorry he couldn't control his obsession with you like he could with me." And I remember screenshotting this post and calling my stepmom and like, "You need to call this girl. This girl knows something."
That girl is Sienna Clements. The story she told would reveal that Morgan Fox was not the first woman at FedEx to attract way too much of Jason McDermott's attention.
I just remember him being that weird kid in the back of the class in my eyes, okay? I feel bad for him.
Sienna was 19 when she started working at the FedEx warehouse and met Jason.
So I was just like, let me go be a friend.
Around that time, Sienna was caught driving while impaired. She had to attend court-mandated counseling sessions, and her license was suspended. She says Jason stepped in.
And he started giving you rides to work?
Yes. And mind you, he lives 30 minutes away.
So this was like an inconvenience for him?
Yes.
But he was still doing it?
Yes.
Eventually, Sienna started getting rides from one of her neighbors.
How'd Jason react to that?
That's where things got weird. He started blowing my phone up all throughout the day. What are you doing? On all of my socials.
Sienna blocked Jason on social media and asked him to leave her alone. She says he did not.
It's really nerve-wracking. I'm just living my life, and it's like, boom, I look over my shoulder, there you are, like, hello.
And ominously, at one of her counseling sessions, she looked out the window, and there was Jason McDermott in his Ford Focus.
And I instantly, like, Gina, my counselor, I was like, I'm freaking out, like, I've told him to leave me alone. So she goes, just stay inside. And so she goes back out there, and he finally drives off. She goes, I had to threaten the cops on him.
Sienna let coworkers know what was going on, and when Jason bothered her at work, she would yell and curse him out.
Did you talk to your manager at FedEx?
I spoke to several supervisors at FedEx about the situation.
And each time you would say, Jason is bothering me.
Yes.
Following me.
Yes.
Calling me.
Yes.
Won't stop. And their response was what?
Their response was more so taking me away from where he might be working in the building or tell me to not even go around him.
Their solution to this was you stay away from him.
Yes.
Sienna says Jason continued to harass her, and one morning her emotions reached a boiling point.
He came by just bugging me, and I immediately got flustered, and I went straight up to the supervisor, the main one. And I was like, he's bothering me again. I don't want to get in trouble for my language and my behavior for lashing out on him. But like, what do you want me to do? He keeps bothering me. And it's just more so, it felt like I was just getting shrugged off and shrugged off.
A FedEx manager did speak with Jason and told him to stop all communication with Sienna. Sienna says Jason ignored the directive from FedEx to leave her alone.
What finally happened?
I was just remember having a really rough day at FedEx, and I kind of got angry just because I was honestly just stimulated with the job in general. And yeah, they let me go that day.
Sienna was fired.
What did FedEx tell you about why you were being let go?
My behavioral issues.
Your behavioral issues?
Yes, because I was the one yelling and cussing and screaming. But that was also after months of being harassed and not heard and tension just being built up.
Jason, however, still had a job. 2.5 months later, Morgan Fox was shot dead.
When Morgan died, you think to yourself that could have been me?
Yes, many times.
Sienna did see Jason one more time. It was at the candlelight vigil for Morgan.
He had found me afterwards and came up to me and apologized for everything he's ever done to me. And I was like, well, how are you doing? Are you okay? I know you were really close to Morgan. And when I tell you this man dropped down on his knees and started bawling, like just, it was nothing I've never seen before. The chills it sent down my body was just unreal.
When Morgan's family heard about what happened to Sienna, they were outraged.
Why didn't FedEx handle Jason McDermott with the first person the first time, you know? Or Morgan the first time, or the second time? Why are all these things still happening and nothing being done?
Why didn't FedEx protect her?
Yeah.
Now the family hoped for some measure of justice at the trial. That's also where they learned the true depth of Jason McDermott's obsession.
He was recording her behind during the whole conversation.
"29-year-old Jason McDermott was behind bars, about to go on trial for the murder of Morgan Fox. One by one, investigators had cleared all the other potential suspects: Colin McCauley, David Denarda, and Morgan's boyfriend, Jason Scarnecchia. Jason McDermott pleaded not guilty, and Morgan's family knew a circumstantial case might be a tough sell to a jury.
No DNA? No video of him committing the crime?
Mm-hmm.
Were you worried?
Leading up to the trial, it was nerve-wracking. I was scared. I didn't know what to expect.
Prosecutor Dennis Barr tried the case.
What picture did you paint of Jason McDermott in that trial?
We painted a picture of Jason as an obsessed individual, somebody who was seeking in every way, shape, and form a romantic relationship with some female individual.
Barr says the true magnitude of that obsession became clear when investigators did a deeper dive on Jason's phone.
We found on his phone close to 100 pictures that he had taken off of Morgan's Instagram without her knowledge. We found Snapchat videos that he had taken off her phone without her knowledge.
Detectives also found images of Morgan that Jason had recorded secretly.
Some of those were at the facility, and one of those videos actually was at her house, and he was recording her behind during the whole conversation.
The prosecutor says it was Jason's obsession that drove him to look through Morgan's phone.
That was the straw that broke the camel's back for Morgan. She sent him a text, "I don't ever want to talk to you again."
Barr told the jury Morgan's rejection and withdrawal of her friendship pushed Jason from obsession to homicide.
His coworkers said Jason went into this downward spiral.
He looked like he wasn't showering. His hair was just a mess. The clothes didn't seem like they were washed.
Around this time, Jason texted a coworker, "I haven't been this bad in years. I feel like I'm constantly holding on by a thread." Over the next couple of weeks, he attempted to reconcile with Morgan via text. He even wrote her a letter. "You are easily one of the greatest friends I've ever had, and I hope someday we can start to fix this rift I've created with this mistake." It didn't work. Morgan kept her distance.
If the prosecution's right, that's when he starts thinking, "I'm going to kill her."
Yeah, I think it is a true definition of if I can't have her, nobody can.
On the 27th of October, Prosecutor Barr says Jason put a carefully orchestrated plan into action. He says Jason grabbed a .22 caliber revolver at his parents' house, set his phone alarm for 1:20 a.m., then left his apartment without his cell phone, deliberately off the grid.
That suggests a murderer who has thought ahead to what your investigation is going to be.
It definitely shows pre-planning. And how am I going to fool the police once this happens?
Barr says Jason then drove to Morgan's house. When she left for work, he ambushed her from behind, and in his rush to leave, left those tire tracks. Then Jason drove back to his apartment. By 2:59 a.m., he was ready to start his shift at FedEx, a murderer with a minute to spare.
When he comes into work, he's all happy and chipper.
He was clean-shaven. His hair was brushed back. He had clean clothes on, and he was smiling.
He'd gotten control of whatever was going on.
For the first time in like 4 weeks.
All that remained for Jason was to play the grieving friend. Barr left the jury with one final piece of evidence, a detail he noticed in that car wash video. Barr says after Jason washed his car, he did something only the killer would know to do.
He walks around his car, and as he's going up to the passenger side, he looks down at the right front quarter panel.
Which could be him checking to see whether the mud that came from parking next to Morgan's house was washed off.
It absolutely is him looking to see if the mud has been washed off.
Now it was up to defense attorney Ty Graham to convince the jury Jason was far too meek to murder.
He was a young man just trying to figure life out, not menacing, not threatening, didn't come across as a danger to society. Jason was very much so into things like Pokemon cards and Pokemon Go, very much so into fictional stories, enjoyed reading.
Graham argued the case was completely circumstantial, like those traffic camera images.
There was no proof that that was Jason's vehicle. There was not a reading from a license plate.
And Graham said, the prosecution was never able to definitively match the bullet found at the scene with their supposed murder weapon.
The bullet was unique in how it was coded. None of those bullets were found in Jason's father's parents' home.
Graham suggested the sheriff's department may have arrested the wrong Jason. Graham pointed to that fight Morgan had with her live-in boyfriend, Jason Scarnecchia, 2 weeks before she was killed.
There were some pretty nasty things said by both Miss Fox and Mr. Scarnecchia, Jason Scarnecchia.
The prosecutor's response: by the day Morgan was killed, they were doing fine.
Jason had texted her when he woke up. "Morning, babe. Hope your shift's going well. Love you."
The jury never heard Jason McDermott tell his side of the story, but he did have plenty to say. To me.
Let me guess. This is all a big mistake.
There's always more to the story. To go behind the scenes of tonight's episode, listen to our Talking Dateline series with Andrea and Josh, available Wednesday.
During the 5-day trial, the jury never heard from Jason McDermott because he didn't take the stand. He did share his story with me.
Let me guess. This is all a big mistake.
You'd be correct.
Did you kill Morgan Fox?
I did not.
Were you obsessed with her?
I was not, no.
You certainly seem to be, from everything we know.
What makes you ask that?
You wouldn't leave her alone. You texted her dozens of times, hundreds of times. You had hundreds of photos of her on your phone. That all says obsession.
Okay. And I can explain the majority of that. The main
killing. The guy that, when Morgan was killed, came from being at Morgan's house.
Like I said, we went a couple weeks without talking, but then after that, like I said, we were talking again and
everything was fine.
Obviously, like we were still working on repairing things, but...
So you're unjustly accused?
Correct.
You gotta be like the unluckiest guy in America if you're telling the truth. Right? I mean,
I don't want to...
Everybody else is lying or making something up.
If you work in university maintenance, Grainger considers you an MVP because your playbook ensures your arena is always ready for tip-off. And Grainger is your trusted partner, offering the products you need all in one place, from HVAC and plumbing supplies to lighting and more, and all delivered with plenty of time left on the clock, so your team always gets the win. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, visit Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Whether it's a birthday trip, a family reunion, or just a fun getaway, booking a Vrbo vacation rental means no worrying about surprises. VrboCare and 24/7 live support have your back if something's off. The Loved by Guest filter helps you find top-rated homes, and verified reviews mean real feedback from real Vrbo guests. So you know exactly what you're booking.
Honestly, I just booked my Vrbo because there was a sweet wine fridge.
Hey, we all have our reasons. Don't walk into a surprise. If you know, you Vrbo. Terms apply. See vrbo.com/trust for details.
This is the American Greed Podcast presented by CNBC. I'm Stacy Keach. In this episode of
Making something up, and you're the only one telling the truth.
Jury would decide his fate. After less than a day of deliberation, they reached a verdict.
guilty. The hugest sigh of relief. All I cared about was Amelia. I really was worried about Amelia.
And now she's safe.
And now I know that he could not hurt her.
And it was 8-year-old Amelia who gave the most surprising and most heartbreaking statement at Jason's sentencing, while he and Morgan's family listened.
I thought monsters weren't real, but you proved me wrong. You hurt so many people. You hurt me and the people I love. You ruined your own life because of how much of a bad person you are.
Jason McDermott was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole.
That guilty verdict, it doesn't turn back the clock.
No.
But it's better than nothing sometimes.
Yes. He got what he deserved.
However, this family's search for justice was not over.
As brutal as it is to lose Morgan, to hear that there were warning signs from the man convicted of killing her has got to be even tougher.
Yes. It is. Hearing that it makes me furious because it could have been prevented.
Might have saved Morgan's life.
Yes.
1 year to the day of her murder, her family and friends held a protest outside the FedEx facility where Morgan had worked. The company eventually agreed to pay the family $4 million. Other details of the settlement are confidential.
I mean, interesting that, Morgan spent her life sort of sticking up for other people.
Yeah, nobody was there for her.
And then when the time came for somebody to stick up for her, they weren't there.
We reached out to FedEx, asking them to comment on the culture at their North Canton facility, the story told by Sienna, and the complaints made by Morgan. Their reply: our thoughts remain with the family and friends of Morgan Fox. In her memory, the family has created the Morgan Ashley Fox Foundation.
What's the mission there?
To help other people's, like other children who've lost a parent due to violence.
That's a good cause.
The foundation also encourages people to do a Morgan once a month on her birth date.
On the 22nd of every month, we do a Morgan, which is just a random act of kindness. It could be telling somebody she looks nice today, or paying for the meal of the person behind you.
Paying it forward, Morgan Fox's legacy. Someone whose kindness and compassion inspires those she left behind.
She was funny. She lived life. She was honest. When she loved you, she loved you. She cared for her family. Everybody wants a Morgan in their life.
That's all for now. I'm Lester Holt. Thanks for joining us.
What they did to your family, you're lucky to make it out alive.
Streaming on Peacock.
These men are going to come after me. Taking them out is my only chance.
Out of American greed.
I lost 45 pounds in 6 weeks. The money is given to you by the government. You never have to pay it back. There are natural cures for virtually every disease out there.
Fat, bald, broke. Kevin Trudeau will make you rich, thin, beautiful.
This book is a $29 value. I'm going to throw this one in absolutely free.
Trudeau sells cures for whatever ails you, and he takes in hundreds of millions of dollars. But when the U.S. government accuses Kevin Trudeau of selling lies...
He's a serial scammer, and that one scam tends to lead to the next.
He dares the feds to shut him down.
You want to put me in jail? Let's go to court, baby.
And later, need money? Remington Financial Group's Andrew Bogdanov can set anyone up with a loan for a price.
Whether you need $1 million, $3 million, $999 million, it didn't matter.
It's making him millions, but most clients get nothing.
There was no way that once you got ensnared in the Remington net, you were going to get out.
If you're watching right now, this is the book.
This is not a diet. This is a cure. There are, in fact, natural, non-drug, and non-surgical ways to prevent and cure virtually every disease.
Kevin Trudeau. For 2 decades, he's a charismatic salesman hawking self-help products to millions across the country.
It's just this huge cult mentality. I mean, he became like a zombie, like just focus on what Kevin had to say. And that's how I got sucked into it.
29-year-old Kansas City native Abe Hussein wants the life Trudeau's selling. To get it, he's bought the products and cheered in the audience, opening his wallet again and again.
Kevin was a master manipulator. He knew just what to say at the right time to get people to believe him and to keep paying him money.
Hussein says he fell hard for Trudeau's endless pitches, and it cost him big time. $30,000.
I fell for lies and scams. These huge promises of like becoming an instant millionaire, they just weren't true.
But Trudeau has plenty of true believers. Ed Foreman is a motivational speaker and former U.S. congressman from Dallas, Texas. Foreman's known Trudeau since he was a 19-year-old, working for a Boston car dealership.
He was an enthusiastic standout. He paid attention. He was alert. And I could tell that boy's going a long ways.
But even he admits that Trudeau's personality was bound to get him in trouble eventually.
He had it. He had the drive and the inspiration to help people to believe in themselves. And that kind of a person will end up as a great leader or probably in prison.
What they're going to do is they're going to escrow.
In the 80s, Trudeau begins attending self-help seminars where he must be taking some pretty interesting notes. He soon ditches the car dealership with a quirky scheme to make fast cash, says U.S. Postal Inspector Sylvia Carrier.
He was claiming to be Reverend Powers, and he would put ads in a newspaper claiming that for $10, he would grant your wishes. We got many, many complaints on this.
But selling wishes for $10 is just part of the plan.
Now, there are 2 parts of your memory that we're going to be concerned with.
He also rebrands himself as the world's foremost authority on memory improvement and releases a series of audio tapes called Mega Memory.
It's not just memory training when you invest your time and money.
Trudeau's no memory expert. He's recycling information he's found elsewhere. This loose relationship with the truth leads to serious trouble in the 90s, as even he will later admit to Matt Lauer on the Today Show.
You're not a doctor, you're not a scientist, you're not a researcher. In fact, you're someone who spent a little time in prison for credit card fraud.
Correct.
So they're saying
2 years to be exact. Trudeau tells his followers it's all a misunderstanding.
I transposed the last 2 numbers on my Social Security number, and voila, I got my credit card.
In reality, the Social Security number Trudeau uses belongs to his mother. Federal Trade Commission Attorney James Combe says this flim-flam is just a taste of what's to come.
He's a serial scammer, and that one scam tends to lead to the next. That kind of zigging and zagging is emblematic of kind of hardcore fraudsters.
After prison, Trudeau relocates to Chicago and begins selling almost anything he can on late-night television. Marketing director Peter Wink will work with Trudeau for 2 years.
Say, I can have it. I can have it. I can do it. I can do it. Are you feeling good? Say yes.
He was very hypnotic. He knew how to rile the crowd up. And I'll tell you what, it works. And he proved it.
But Trudeau's best trick is how he keeps his customers coming back for more.
There's always an offer in there, or there's always some subtle message he's giving you for something that's coming down the road.
This is a $20 value.
The products might be inexpensive, but Trudeau is smooth-talking his way to an estimated $121 million.
Money was his drug. Everything he does is about money. And I'm not saying that necessarily as a good or bad thing, but I think that's his prime motivator, money.
Trudeau may connect easily with his fans, but his relationship with the government is something else entirely.
I've been sued, I've been investigated, I've been repeatedly harassed, virtually non-stop since 1989.
In 1998, he's fined $500,000 by the Federal Trade Commission for claiming he can create photographic memories and cure baldness. But serious trouble starts in 2003 after Trudeau hawks a miracle mineral called coral calcium and implies that it can cure cancer. The FTC says no way and takes Trudeau to court. In 2004, he signed an FTC agreement promising to clean up his act once and for all. The deal effectively bans Trudeau from the airwaves. But the estimated $20 million he's pocketed selling coral calcium pills probably takes some of the sting out.
So good, so good, so good.
Everything you want for summer is at Nordstrom Rack Store.
If you're planning some Stargate and delicious.
His enemies, says friend Ed Foreman.
Whether it's the FTC or whether it's someone else, they're always looking for someone to nail. That's their business.
And Trudeau's been nailed repeatedly by the Federal Trade Commission, most recently signing a 2004 consent order which forbids him from making more infomercials. But the order has a huge loophole, says FTC lawyer James Cobb.
The 2004 order forbid him from doing infomercials, except for it carved out a piece for selling books.
So Trudeau does just that. He writes a book called Natural Cures They Don't Want You to Know About. It's self-published in 2004 and retails for $29.95. In it, he claims that sunscreen causes skin cancer and argues AIDS is a hoax.
This is the book that the government and the drug companies don't want people to read.
Natural Cures preys upon people who are suffering and desperate for a remedy, says former business associate Peter Wink.
A lot of people don't have insurance, and here comes a guy touting that, you can cure all these things and it costs you almost nothing. Sounds like a good deal to me.
Wink's not a believer, and he doesn't think Trudeau is either.
I used to say, you drink a lot, you smoke all the time.
You do that.
And you're claiming natural health. I said, how does that work?
Salud.
But apparently, the crowd approves. Trudeau's anti-government bad boy persona is a potent marketing tool.
The Federal Trade Commission said if I want to sell this book on television, that there's certain things I cannot put in this book, and if I did, they would in effect take these books and burn the books.
Natural Cures sells millions of copies and spends more than 26 weeks on the New York Times bestseller list. Trudeau begins churning out a stream of bestsellers over the next 4 years, all published and sold from this nondescript suburban Chicago office complex.
If you need to lose 5, 10, 20 pounds, if you need to lose 50 or even 100 pounds.
But it's the infomercials for his 2007 book, The Weight Loss Cure They Don't Want You to Know About, that will bring his troubles with the government to a boil.
I can attest it was the easiest, simplest, most effective thing I've ever done. I lost 45 pounds in 6 weeks. I was never hungry. I did no exercise at all.
But Trudeau doesn't talk about the actual diet, which requires enemas, hormone injections, and only consuming 500 calories a day.
I can eat whatever I want now, anything and as much as I want, anytime I want. No restrictions now. And the weight's not coming back.
The book and related tie-ins are a nationwide hit, selling 850,000 copies and taking in $39 million. But James Cobb says the 3 weight loss infomercials that air 32,000 times are riddled with lies, directly violating Trudeau's 2004 FTC consent agreement.
The First Amendment doesn't protect deceptive commercial speech, and that's exactly what this is. He was lying to the public about what was in his book.
The FTC demands Trudeau pay a $37.6 million fine based on royalties from the book sales. But Trudeau, whose wealth has been estimated to be as much as $121 million, counters with a stunning confession.
I own virtually nothing, so I have no assets. I can't pay $37.6 million. I don't have it sitting here.
Trudeau says his corporate entities aren't really his. They are actually controlled by a 22-year-old Ukrainian national named Natalia Babenko, whom Trudeau has just married months earlier.
When she came here, she moved to New York to become a film student, but she was running all of Kevin Trudeau's companies and managing all of the millions of dollars that were coming in on a regular basis.
How Trudeau and Babinko meet is a closely guarded secret, and when investigators ask, she refuses to talk. They share $1 million home in Ojai, California. It's filled with art, grand pianos, pool tables, chandeliers, and a collection of Swarovski crystals. Peter Wing says most of Trudeau's followers are not turned off by this opulence. Quite the contrary. They want to be like Kevin.
He always sold the dream of being him. You can have this watch, or you can have this ring. You can live this lifestyle.
Trudeau and Babinko jet set from Paris to the Caribbean, living the good life and posting photos taken by friends and followers on his website.
If you want to win a game...
Behind the scenes, Trudeau is just as eager to show off how good his life is. Like the time he hauls out a bag of gold bars estimated to be worth more than $100,000.
He pulls out a sack of gold bars, and he's showing me the different denominations of gold bars. I mean, he's literally got this in his house.
Not bad for a man who claims he's broke. But like any snake oil salesman who's sold one too many lies, Trudeau can't hide the truth forever.
An official message from Medicare.
I turned 65 this year. I knew it was time to figure out Medicare, and I had questions, like when to enroll and how to enroll. So I went straight to the official source, Medicare.gov, to get the facts about Medicare. I found answers to all my questions, and I'm ready to get started. And so can you. Just go to Medicare.gov to get the real facts about Medicare.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
This episode is brought to you by Schwab Market Update, an original podcast from Charles Schwab. Join host Keith Lansford for this information-packed daily market preview delivered in 10 minutes or less, including projected stock updates, monetary policy decisions, and key results and statistics that may impact your trading. Download the latest episode and subscribe at schwab.com/market update podcast, or find Schwab Market Update wherever you get your podcasts.
You know, one of the nice things about Hertz right now is that they have a whole fleet of new cars. So whatever trip you're planning, it's easy to find a new car that fits your adventure. Heading out for a sunny drive? Then a new convertible with very little roof is for you. Considering a fishing trip with your mini-me? Then you need a new minivan that's anything but mini. And if you're planning on some stargazing, a new SUV will give you plenty of space. Get paired with our newest fleet yet at Hertz.com.
I can attest it was the easiest...
Kevin Trudeau owes the government $37.6 million for spreading his late-night lies. But he isn't going down without a very public fight.
You can waterboard me. Why don't you do that? You guys are good at torture. Pull my fingernails out.
He's also working overtime to hide his millions so the government can't collect.
He paid a significant amount of money to have his companies incorporated in other countries and to make sure that everything was protected and was just moving money around.
But as fast as he's stashing the cash, Trudeau is planning yet another payday.
And if you're not a member of the Global Information Network, what are you waiting for?
Abe Hussein is a manager at a fast food restaurant when he first hears about Trudeau's newest venture, the Global Information Network, or GIN.
Kevin made it seem like GIN was going to change the world and make it a better place, and that's what I thought was going to happen.
Trudeau claims GIN has been formed by a cabal of billionaires.
Membership in our club is by invitation only.
They made it seem like they were exposing the secrets of the world to the masses, so I thought I was going to learn the secrets of how the world works.
But Peter Wink has worked with Trudeau long enough to realize this was his typical huckstering.
Kevin claimed he was part of this secret group. You know, I was with Kevin for 2.5 years, and I never met any of them.
I will see you at...
The true secret of GIN is that it's the golden goose of get-rich schemes. A multi-level marketing operation, a pyramid scheme designed to entice new members to join so that existing members make a fortune.
It was advertised as a 12 membership level, and each level you had to upgrade to, spend more and more money, to where it was advertised if you reach level 12, that you basically become an instant millionaire, and you get a Ferrari as a bonus.
Hussein never gets the Ferrari, despite spending $30,000 on GIN products, travel, seminars, and whatever else Trudeau can convince him to buy. Hussein does recruit 20 people to join. For his efforts, he's given a check for $202. Hussein's just one of more than 35,000 who fall for gin, making Trudeau another $100 million in 4 years until the operation is ultimately sold to outside investors. But before that happens, gin's president is a familiar face. She's Trudeau's 24-year-old wife, Natalia.
She never came to anything that we did. I mean, all the high-level meetings, where Kevin gave his orders, what he wants to do, she had nothing to do with it.
Gin pays the rent on Trudeau's 13-room mansion in Oak Brook, Illinois. It sits on 1.5 acres and boasts a wine cellar, 11-car garage, 5.5 baths, and 9 fireplaces. The cost? $12,000 a month. Meanwhile, Trudeau's still trying to convince the world he's completely broke.
I'm virtually penniless right now. I have no access to any bank accounts or any cash.
He's claiming that he's got no income coming in, yet he's spending thousands of dollars on things like organic meats and haircuts and cigars and trips.
In December 2011, surveillance cameras at a suburban Chicago casino capture what appears to be Trudeau and Babinko attempting to launder $200,000 worth of company checks.
We found that he was cashing in chips at a casino and that there was money flowing between bank accounts that he was involved in but not telling anybody.
In 2013, the courts freeze his assets, but that doesn't stop him from demanding receivers Brick Kane and Kenton Johnson give him a monthly allowance of $59,000.
We thought that was a bit over the top and made a recommendation of about $4,700 a month.
In and out of court, he denies any knowledge of where his money is, pleading the fifth an incredible 383 times.
Said, I'm not about accumulating assets and I don't keep track of my money. All I do is have business expenses.
But as the receivers dig deeper, Trudeau reluctantly admits he may not have told them the full truth.
He didn't want us to get mad, but he just remembered that he had an active bank account in Zurich, Switzerland. He also remembered that he had an active account at a bank in Australia.
Trudeau's wife, Natalia Babinko, isn't much help either. She's disappeared with $800,000, presumably back to the Ukraine. The gold bars that Trudeau once showed Peter Wink have disappeared as well. Now, with civil and criminal contempt trials looming in Chicago, Trudeau tries the most shameless sale of his life, convincing his supporters to foot his legal tab.
I need you to make a donation to help these legal bills and help me pay this $37.6 million.
But even then, he can't resist the upsell.
If you make a donation of $39 or more, I'll send you all 3 of my books, Natural Cures, More Natural Cures, and The Weight Loss Cure, plus 14 different reports.
It does him no good. On November 12, 2013, he's found guilty of criminal contempt of court. When Trudeau appears for his sentencing, his carefully styled hair is shaggy and gray, and the $1,000 suits are swapped with prison orange. When he speaks to the judge, all traces of his trademark defiance are gone.
It was a very practiced speech that, for somebody who's so outgoing and so charismatic, it was not his best speech.
Trudeau may be quiet for once, but his mentor, Ed Foreman, has had enough. He interrupts the courtroom with an unscripted and very vocal defense of his friend.
I stood up to say a few words when wham, bam, came 3 deputies right down on me, grabbed me, and down to the floor I went.
Kevin Trudeau is sentenced to 10 years in prison for contempt of court and refusing to pay his $37.6 million fine. Today, Trudeau's repackaged infomercials still air, and his products are available online. Portions of those sales are paid towards his FTC fine. And Trudeau's pre-prison YouTube videos still hint he's optimistic about the future.
Maybe I'll be in prison for the next 10 or 15 years. Don't worry, I'll do a lot of great writing. And the material that I'll produce during that time, just like Nelson Mandela, will change the world.
Trudeau's still selling, but how long will people continue to buy his bill of goods?
He's deceitful to the core, and he belongs in jail. For what he did, he was as bad as anybody.
Philadelphia, 1993. 46-year-old investment banker Andrew Bogdanov has decided to go into business for himself. His goal is to make millions off the dreams of small businessmen and hopeful entrepreneurs across the country, says former prosecutor David Axelrod.
These were not big real estate developers. These were not wealthy people. These were people who were just trying to take advantage of the American dream and really build something for themselves.
Bogdanov forms Remington Financial Group in his suburban home office with a bold plan. When traditional banks refuse a loan, Remington will be there, riding to the rescue with a roster of hundreds of private financiers.
You'd tell them what your project was, and they'd ask you how much you needed. They'd say, congratulations, we have someone interested in funding your whole project, whether you need $1 million, $3 million, $999 million. It didn't matter.
But to get these investors on board, Bogdanov demands upfront a non-refundable due diligence fee of between $10,000 and $25,000. For borrowers without options, it seems a small price to pay, especially when Bogdanov says he's closing hundreds of deals each year.
The Remington machine was a cash minting machine. Hundreds of thousands of dollars were coming in, every month.
Bogdanov isn't shy when it comes to self-promotion. He even hosts an internet radio show to lure more people toward Remington.
And we have investors and lenders all across the capital stack that can really meet the needs of anybody looking for any type of commercial financing out there.
Remington is quickly fulfilling Bogdanov's dreams and filling his pockets. In the late 90s, he relocates to Scottsdale, Arizona to enjoy the sun and his spoils. But before he leaves, he hires Matthew McManus to run things in Philadelphia. To lure clients, Bogdanov and McManus rely on commissioned associates and third-party brokers nicknamed bird dogs.
Those brokers would take the victims to Remington, telling the victims that this is a great funding opportunity, but they wouldn't tell the victims that they were also getting a cut.
Excited clients are funneled through Bogdanov's Arizona office and then sent on to the Philadelphia headquarters, now relocated to the prestigious Bell Atlantic Tower in downtown Philadelphia. It's called the Arizona Pipeline, but the truth is it's flushing hundreds of people down the drain each year.
Eventually they'd tell you your project has problems X, Y, and Z, and it can't be financed. We're sorry, we tried really hard, but good night and good luck.
Marin County, California. In 2006, Ingrid Robinson is a one-time grief counselor with a broken heart of her own. 8 years earlier, her only child, Michelle, died of a heroin overdose.
I was completely destroyed. I didn't know who I was. I'd always lived for my daughter, and I was just emotionally and mentally gone.
Robinson, who has no real estate experience, decides she wants to build a residential and retail complex to honor her daughter. She uses $500,000 to buy an acre of land in the wine country of Northern California.
So I called it Michelle's Diamond as a legacy for Michelle. And I wanted people to know, if they had asked who was Michelle, she was the daughter of a mother who loved her very much.
Robinson wants a $100,000 loan to get her plans off the ground, but because of her inexperience, she figures no bank will finance her dreams. She turns to a third-party bird dog, and they point her toward Remington Financial Group.
They said, we've got the perfect company for you, Remington Financial Group. And they went one step further and sent the prospectus to Remington.
Robinson researches Remington, finding a well-respected company with offices across the United States. There's an ad in Forbes magazine designed to look like a glowing testimonial. And Remington is accredited by the Better Business Bureau. When Robinson speaks with Remington representatives in Arizona, she's thrilled by what they're prepared to offer.
The account executive said, we love your project so much, we want to finance the whole thing.
Robinson agrees to pay Remington's $10,000 due diligence advance fee to move the deal forward. It's non-refundable, but the cost will be rolled back into the loan once she is approved.
$10,000, and quite frankly, I thought I got lucky because their normal fee was $25,000.
Now she waits for her dreams to come true, not knowing she's already caught in a nightmare. Because Robinson's fallen for one of the oldest cons in the book, a so-called advance fee scheme.
You're offering somebody a loan, all they have to do is give you an upfront fee. It's been around forever. Unfortunately, the scheme is simple and it's pretty easy to execute.
While Andrew Bogdanov, Matthew McManus, and their bird dogs are making millions off of due diligence fees, their clients are about to learn a bitter truth about the loan deals.
Remington said it had access to all this capital and it had people interested in these projects, and it really had nothing.
Andrew Bogdanov and Matthew McManus have built Remington Financial Group into a billion-dollar loan company. At least that's what their advertising says.
Gold mines in South Africa, oil wells in Ukraine. You need $200 million? Not a problem. We have somebody interested. You need $1.2 billion? We got it for you. It didn't matter.
But less than 1% of those deals are really happening. And behind closed doors, Bogdanov carefully schools his account executives to never let the truth get in the way of closing a deal. In a conversation that is recorded by an employee and later transcribed, Bogdanov has no problem rationalizing how he betrays his clients. He even says Remington is actually saving their asses by taking due diligence fees for projects that are, in his opinion, inherently flawed. Rather than losing all their money, they lost $10,000 or $15,000, which is pretty good service. It's a perfect scam. Clients are scattered. They're not losing large sums of money. And Bogdanov can always claim the deals fell apart for reasons beyond his control.
When they didn't deliver the financing, they would come back and say, look, we told you from the outset, this wasn't a guarantee. And usually that was enough to convince people not to pursue it further.
Roll camera. In 2005, Gene Teglin is a Minneapolis filmmaker with a wife and 3 kids. He's just successfully directed his first independent feature, a murder mystery titled Carousel of Revenge. That experience has taught him firsthand how difficult film financing can be.
You don't walk in a bank, it's high risk, and that's part of the filmmaking, but it's also exciting.
He and a partner raise $1 million for their first movie. Now they're dreaming much bigger, planning to make 5 more.
We had a very detailed business plan, forecast, marketing. We had people tied to it who are very experienced in the film industry, produced big films, worked on big films.
Teglin estimates they'll need $20 million. Everything falls into place in the winter of 2006 when a bird dog third-party broker introduces Teglin to the Remington Financial Group.
They're excited. They're talking about, hey, this is a great plan. We love what you're doing. Everyone's happy, and they're excited to get the deal done.
Remington says they have a New York investor who's eager to finance their dreams. All Teglin needs to do is send $27,000 for due diligence reports and an on-site inspection.
In 20 days, you'll be funded. Well, the 20 days come up, don't hear a whole lot, don't get funded. I say, well, where's the funding? Well, the market conditions have changed. Oh, really?
Teglin faces months of silence and stonewalling before realizing his deal is dead. He has no idea what to do next. And as Remington is counting on, Teglin doesn't think law enforcement is going to care about his loss anyway.
Honestly, in my mind, I knew it wouldn't do any good. It's only $27,000. I'm one person. Are they really going to pay attention?
2,000 miles away in San Francisco, Ingrid Robinson is realizing that her dream real estate project is also falling apart. Remington's promised her $5 million, but now all she's getting is the runaround.
They wanted tax records, they wanted all kinds of financial records, they wanted corporation papers.
It's a standard Remington ploy. Dangle the line as long as possible. But in December 2006, Robinson turns on her computer to find the deal has died once and for all.
Out of the clear blue sky, I received an email saying, "We regret to inform you that your project has not passed our approval rating," or whatever. No reasons given, just "we regret to inform you." That's how bad they thought.
Robinson calls Bogdanov to demand her money back. At first, he appears eager to help.
He was being very lovely, very accommodating, And eventually he referred me to the Philadelphia office, and he said that that's where they were working on the project.
But when she speaks with the Philadelphia headquarters, she gets a completely different response.
He said, you know, you sound like you're a hysterical woman. And I said, if you think I'm hysterical now, just wait. I will become your worst nightmare. And I did.
Robinson begins researching all she can about Remington's Andrew Bogdanoff and Matthew McManus. The more she discovers, the more infuriated she gets. CEO Bogdanoff's been paying himself more than $1 million a year. He honeymoons in Spain and travels around the world to Hungary, Hawaii, and Las Vegas. At home, he cheers on the Phoenix Coyotes with season tickets.
He spent tens of thousands of dollars on jewelry. He bought houses. They went on very lavish vacations. While everybody was suffering, he absolutely could have cared less. He was enjoying the high life.
Meanwhile, Matthew McManus is living it up in Philadelphia, collecting $1.6 million himself.
Matthew seems to have had a very wonderful lifestyle. He drove a $135,000 Porsche. He owned apartments and pied-à-terres for his wife. They had a beautiful mansion in Nantucket, and he had a private jet.
Robinson also learns that McManus has started a new company he calls Bluestone Real Estate Capital, offering similar loan deals as Remington. He'll later claim he leaves Remington in 2008. If so, he doesn't go far. Remington and Bluestone share the same office space in Philadelphia's Bell Atlantic Tower.
Their addresses were in the same location. I mean, there was nothing to distinguish that there was a separation between the two, other than Matthew saying that he had nothing to do with Andy. Andy never said that he had nothing to do with Matthew.
Prosecutors say it's a bait and switch to throw anyone off the scent of what they're really up to. In early 2007, Ingrid Robinson begins a crusade to bring Remington Financial Group's Andrew Bogdanoff and Matthew McManus to justice. But she admits trying to topple a billion-dollar company is no simple project.
I couldn't imagine how brilliant they were. You know, Andy Bogdanoff, he would zig, I would zag. I would zag, he would zig. I mean, he was amazing. He was always at least one or two steps ahead of me.
No one is interested in listening to Robinson's pleas for justice until she meets former FBI agent Daniel Christie, now with the Pennsylvania Securities Commission.
Dan and I became friendly on the telephone, and I found out that he had been an FBI agent. And I said, Dan, how can I get this case to their attention? I've been calling the FBI every day, and nobody seems to care.
I told her they will not open an investigation based upon her $10,000 amount alone, that we needed more victims with more dollar amounts.
Robinson scours internet fraud sites searching for other victims. She soon discovers there are plenty out there.
Next thing I know, I've got a packet of about 10 or 12 Remington victims. So I called every single one of them, and every single one of them were telling me these horrible stories.
Scattered across the country, they're dreamers, entrepreneurs, even a former mayor of San Diego. One of the names she finds is a very unhappy Minneapolis filmmaker named Gene Teglin, who's also eager to expose Remington.
From that point on, we just started talking pretty much every day. And then that's when my research mode went in pretty deep.
Remington's website is plastered with testimonials from satisfied customers. But when Teglin calls them, they say they've never heard of Remington.
What are you talking about? We never raised that kind of money. I mean, they would actually take locations that were real and put them on there and just act like they raised money for them when they had nothing to do with it.
Teglin's research leads to the creation of a 92-page document titled Stop Remington Financial Group, which roadmaps the fraud. They send it to media outlets and investigators, but still no one listens.
We had been on this for months, and we were going nowhere. We were going absolutely nowhere.
Frustrated, Robinson and Teglin concoct a guerrilla grassroots internet campaign to raise awareness. They post a message on a blog site saying that Remington has admitted wrongdoing after all.
We said that Remington was turning over a new leaf and that they were giving all of their victims refunds. All you had to do was call, and we listed everybody's home number and their office number, and just say that you were thrilled that they were going to refund their money.
Remington lawyers quickly shut the message board down and threatened further legal action. But not before more people come forward with their own complaint. Dan Christie takes Robinson's growing victim list and gives it to the people who will finally do something.
And I contacted both the FBI and the U.S. Attorney's Office in Philadelphia and brought it to them. And by gosh, did they ever run with it.
Assistant U.S. Attorney David Axelrod is assigned the case. He is stunned to discover that Robinson's numbers are only scratching the surface. Remington has stolen at least $26 million, one non-refundable upfront fee at a time.
It blows my mind in the fact that they were so successful. I mean, when you're talking about 1,900 victims, that's a ton of people, and $26 million is just astronomical.
And those billion-dollar success stories Remington has been bragging about? Since 2005, that number's been exaggerated somewhat.
You know what they say about a blind squirrel finding a nut? 3 people found financing through Remington.
3 people out of 1,900. That's 0.15%. And that's only the last 5 years Remington has operated.
Based on all the records we saw, it was probably going on long before that. It wouldn't surprise me if they had a 20-year run doing this type of work.
In March 2011, FBI and IRS agents raid Remington's offices in Denver and Scottsdale.
I open up my computer, I see this, and all I'm doing is screaming, "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God!" They got him, they got him, they got him. I was unbelievably thrilled.
It's the first step in a process that eventually leads to the indictment of Andrew Bogdanov, Matthew McManus, and 4 others in April 2012. Andrew Bogdanov pleads guilty to fraud in 2013. At his sentencing, Ingrid Robinson finally meets Bogdanov face to face. Audio recordings capture her bearing the pain Remington Financial Group has caused her.
They made me feel like a complete failure, that I was stupid and could do nothing to honor my daughter. I wanted to create something lasting and beautiful to honor her, and these guys made it all ugly and dirty by lying and stealing my dreams from me.
For his part, Bogdanov at least goes to the effort of apologizing.
I was greedy, and greed and arrogance took over me. And for that, I'm terribly sorry and want to express my deepest regrets to my victims, the court, and the government.
He's sentenced to 18 years in prison. Matthew McManus does take his case to trial. But after a 3-hour deliberation, he's found guilty of fraud, money laundering, and obstruction of justice. He, too, begs for sympathy.
My choices have led me to a place in life that no man would want to be in. Please, for my family, have leniency on me. Thank you.
The judge is unmoved and sentences him to 16 years in prison. None of Andrew Bogdanov's victims have recovered any of the money they gave Remington Financial Group. After 7 years of hard work, Robinson, Tegland, and Christie exposed one of the largest known advance fee schemes in U.S. history. But former prosecutor David Axelrod concedes there are probably many more companies out there still using the Remington business model.
All you have to do is go to Google and look for loans for small businesses, and you'll see a bunch of companies come up that don't quite look right, and they all look a lot like Remington.
Today, Ingrid Robinson channels her efforts to expose other advance fee schemes and the third-party brokers she says send unwitting sheep to the slaughter. For now, she's been forced to put away her dreams for Michelle's diamond. The property's been foreclosed, costing her nearly $350,000.
I was left financially devastated. This was my life savings. This was everything. Everything was on the line to create this legacy for Michelle.
Now, she hopes her efforts to expose financial fraud will be a lasting tribute to her daughter.
There's nothing I could have done to save my daughter. If I could, I would have. But I sure as hell could right a wrong. The bottom line is, there is evil in this world, and it's cost us. It's cost all of us so much.
Trudeau is scheduled to be released sometime this year in 2022.
Thanks for listening.
Chance.
Put a bullet in her head.
Thank you for calling the Bombas Comfort Line. Bombas make socks, slippers, tees, and under.
Purchase details for. Download the Depop app.
Offer, they're picking.
Pickup fees may apply.
When Rachel made a new friend, but after a rocky relationship, Rachel McFarland thought it was meant to be when she fell into the arms of a normal guy.
Daryl was just a nice guy. So mild-mannered. It was great.
But behind his seemingly ordinary demeanor was an obsessive monster.
He was just crazy, and there was nothing that was going to stop him.
I love you so much, I don't want to fucking live anymore!
And when Rachel made a new friend, they would both find themselves in a catastrophic battle for their lives.
I was in shock.
I was scared for Rachel's life. I was scared for her children.
There was blood all over the bed, and I knew that I was gonna die.
When it comes to love and marriage, things aren't always as they seem. After coming out of a difficult 3-year marriage, all 23-year-old Staff Sergeant Rachel McFarland wanted was a peaceful home in which to raise her 14-month-old son.
I was in the Air Force in Oklahoma City, and my marriage to my ex-husband was tumultuous, to say the least. So I didn't really give a whole lot of thought to dating.
So Rachel was surprised when one night in the spring of 2004, she found herself at a small party enjoying a conversation with a 25-year-old man named Daryl Wilson.
Daryl and I were talking, and I noticed that he was very soft-spoken. He seemed kind-hearted, just a nice guy.
As the two shared stories, Rachel couldn't believe how much they had in common.
We each had a child from a previous marriage.
Daughters, 7.
Really? They were just 6 years apart. And we wore the same perfume cologne, his and hers.
Would it be weird